was talking about, and somebody got assassinated over this. Really fucked up.
Hmm.
The developments to make Ukrainian more of an actual language distinct from Russian and
Ukrainian is
other
already a
related
distinct
things.
language from Russian. You don't have to make it more distinct from Russian. It already is very distinct. Polish and Ukrainian are
Right,
more similar to one another than Russian and Ukrainian.
right. But
I would know. I
doing
am
things,
Polish.
I maybe misheard or misremembered, but I thought there was also like some discussion of like also making it even more distinct. Maybe it
No.
was just prioritizing the use of the language, and maybe I
Yes, it
misheard
was.
it
It
before
was
I
the
handled
law that would require
it.
office workers to first speak Ukrainian and, if asked, switch to other languages. Same in restaurants and in many other places. It was about prioritizing making uh, the number one language in Ukraine actually Ukrainian. But Ukrainian is already a distinct language. It's already good as it is. It does not need any changes to become more distinct from Russian because it already is distinct enough. As well, by the way, as much as it's similar to Polish, Ukrainian is also a distinct language from Polish.
This fucking thing working?
Yes, it is working now. Perfect.
Damn it, Jesus Christ! Yeah, so
Well,
this might be that much of a debate. I mean, a debate about a debate seems kind of spurgy anyway. I don't know, but
all right.
so
So why don't we start from like the basics, from you introducing
right,
yourself?
right. I'll start by explaining sort of my perspective on this. So
Okay.
it looked like Trump. It looked to me like Trump was losing every step of it when I was first watching the debate live, and then later re-looking at it, it seemed a little bit different than that. It seemed like he was at least winning some points.
Can you?
Um, but
Yeah.
I think I was perhaps somewhat looking at it wrong both times, and I didn't watch the full thing all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now there is definitely some shit that maybe whether in the form of the process of the debate or not,
Mm-hmm.
he's definitely winning on in a sense. Like he passed the Roe v. Wade thing. Like first of all, he accomplished something or whatever.
But
But aside from that, the way that shit works, if you know anything about what all that is, and
yeah.
you probably know more about how a lot of this shit works than a lot of my fellow Americans.
Okay.
Um, I really don't doubt that, which is sad.
All right.
But either way,
But bear in
which
mind that just because you're accomplishing something, it doesn't automatically mean that it's good, right?
well, well for the people who back him on that. But aside from that, Roe v. Wade opens up a win for everybody in a sense. Um,
Does it?
and a lot of people are missing that it's primarily a constitutional issue. Um, so
Doesn't revoking
there's
Roe
all
v.
that,
Wade open? Yeah.
like leaving it back up to the states. Now, now I'm not going to. So as for saying he's completely winning because of that, I wouldn't go that far, and here's why. Very simply, so he says that it's been tearing our country apart, and leaving it up to the states
Mm-hmm.
can help that issue or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But adding more movement to the issue has just furthered the debate and politicization and polarization and everything to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, nothing is as grand as he would make it out to be.
Right.
Um, he always makes everything out to be super grand and everything. Um, but yeah, but I do think that this and a certain amount of related issues give him a really good chance of winning. As for whether he deserves to win or whatever, that's a whole other story. But what's convinced me of something I saw earlier today,
Yeah.
it was this it was a politically motivated documentary that started off with trying to claim that abortion was a way of rallying the Christian right of this country, and all of it was just because all of it was like an excuse to push racism or whatever. That was sort of the start of it. And towards the end, they were saying the evangelicals backing Trump and backing Trump largely for the Roe v. Wade issue were giving up their principles because of the kind of figure he is, you know. But it's like they even showed a guy saying, "Hey, we don't agree with him on everything, but God has chosen him to push this forward." And there's been many times in the Bible where God has chosen unsavory characters to push things forward or whatever. So a lot of what I'm seeing is short sighted. Um,
So wait, let's go.
but
Let's sort of circle back to the debate. What are the points that you
yeah.
think that he won on again, logically speaking?
Well, with the Project 2025 thing,
Yeah,
I'm reconsidering that, but like I just really fucking until now never heard anybody even try to explain it at all, like how there's supposed to be a connection with that. Like at one point talking to someone, I'm like, okay, well this is a an organization put this out that isn't him, and they did it like before he was really campaigning this time around. And I could be wrong, but it seems like some of it doesn't all the way line up with the policies of his administration. If you could call anything he did policy or call what he had an administration, granted, but I don't know. Um,
I mean it's done by people that are aligned with him and cooperate with him. No,
you might be right on that, depending on like how how involved he is with the Heritage Foundation, but he is to some extent a different wing of the right. Like the Heritage Foundation is like, you know, actual conservatives or whatever. So there's
but he
um
panders to
like
those actual conservatives. No,
he does. There is that. So there could be more connection than I would have thought previously.
right?
Um I would say it was hmm. I mean it's somewhat a matter of how much like they probably want to put a lot of the shit in there for Trump to pass or whatever. A
Right.
little bit of how much he can or would want to. As for like a nationwide abortion ban,
Mm-hmm.
I heard he has said in the past that he would veto that, but but he might have changed his mind. I might have heard wrong, and he did dodge the question directly in the debate. So, and
Right.
saying he won on stuff there's like if there's anything he lost on, it's probably dodging questions, even if it could be one of the more defensible political dodges. It's never going to be fully defensible to dodge a question directly.
So basically, so if he dodged all the questions in a debate that was all about answering questions, then what did he win on? Because you said that he won on many points, logically speaking.
Hmm.
Also, I just received like a message from a chatter that his vice president candidate wrote up the forward on the Project 2025, which makes him pretty,
Really?
yeah.
Is there a source on that, or he wrote the forward? What is
Which
that
Mazda?
like
Give us
legal
a
or
source.
whatever?
But in the meantime, tell me what points did Trump win if he dodged the questions, which was the whole point of the debate, answering the questions.
I guess like I was saying, in a way, the Roe v. Wade thing, in a sense, 'cause
But that's
little,
highly debatable, considering that opening it to the
it is.
states, quote unquote, just opens it, for example, for all the conservative led states to just ban abortion.
It opens that shit up, but Kamala also was saying that a bunch of people are if I'm remembering that right, if I heard that right, that in a bunch of cases it also opened up um, the left states to vote in favor for their way in their states.
But that
And
means
so
she
in doing that,
very
well,
give yeah.
hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
In that way, each state gets to run things how it wants to on this issue, in that sense. So, if Texas wants to ban abortion, they can do that. And then, if you don't want it that way in California, then they don't have to fight on the federal level over this. And so everybody wins in a sense.
Well,
um,
no,
that doesn't always pan out for a couple of reasons that I myself elaborate on to an extent.
right?
But it could be something that could lead to gaining more support than the other side would gain on this. Because, like, again, he did accomplish a thing,
Well, yeah, but keep
and
in mind, while right-wing legislators in certain states win on this, and it's a win for them in that sense, it's definitely always a loss for the citizens. No, both in the blue
if
and the red states.
yeah, if you think the policy is bad, then it's a loss.
Well,
On the flip
if
side,
you
if
want
you
to
think
get
the
an
policy is
abortion in a
good, it's
red
a
state,
win.
that's a definite loss for you. If you're a citizen of a
Sure,
red
but
state.
if you want, sure, but if you want something that you think is murder to not happen, and there's less of what you believe is murder, that's a win. I mean, that's like that. This is a problem I faced when this is a problem I face a lot, or see a lot with this issue is people argue it like from their side. Um, I mean,
Well, it's
uh,
more like people argue that they deserve to have certain freedoms, and the other side argues that they deserve to take those freedom away from others. No?
the freedom of what is being alleged to be murder.
Well,
So,
yeah,
like,
but
let's
that's a
say,
vibes made claim without any. By that logic, if we go far enough, we could just call destroying fertilized eggs murder, couldn't we?
there is somewhat of that debate there, but like, let's look at like the post-birth abortion thing.
Well, that's not happening, so
So,
there's no debate
so
there.
okay, it's not happening, right? So you
Yeah.
like I don't know all the way. I'm not all the way sure on that.
Well, I
So
am.
if
It
it
was
were
fact check on the spot.
let's say if it were happening, you would have a problem with that.
If it was happening, yeah, because that would actually be murder. A born
How
human
much
is a
further
born
back
human.
from that until it's no longer a problem? And that's where a lot of this comes down to, because a lot of, I would say,
Can you
most
repeat?
people who call themselves pro-choice, most, are sure, most people who call themselves pro-choice or pro-life are actually moderates on the issue. And that could be a reason, that could be a good case to make for why we shouldn't pursue a one size fits all stance. So, like, all right, so 9 months, it is murder. Is it murder at 8 months, 7 months, and so on?
I don't
You
think
know, but
it's murder at
it's
all
like,
until it's still a fetus, no?
okay, so you and I both agree that 9 months is murder,
Uh,
and a fertilized egg is not murder, right?
I'm not even sure if I'd call 9 months murder necessarily.
Okay, well, you say it's not happening. Well,
The post birth one, no, it's not happening.
all right, well,
I'm not
but
even sure
if
if
it were
9 months
happening in
abortions
October,
happen unless
wait,
there's
wait.
clear danger to the mother.
So, wait, let me make sure I heard you right. So, this thing that you claim isn't happening,
Is post
even if
birth
it were
killing
happening, it
of
would not
children.
necessarily be murder.
It would be, yes. Killing
Or
babies
it
after
would,
they're born would be murder, yes.
or, or I thought you said you weren't sure
Although
if it
you said
was.
9 months, in the 9 month people can still be pregnant, you know?
So it's just whether or not it's in the womb if it's murder. I mean, I just want to throw this out there. There's something called evictionism that you can also like remove the baby from the womb without having to kill it and stuff. There's more ways in which all sides can win on this. Another one is uh, seeking ways to avoid unplanned pregnancies to begin with. Although if I say, although taking a like shit happens stance with it, saying if you do end up
But
getting
the thing
pregnant,
is,
then
the
you have to
the
carry to
the
term or whatever. But
even the
that would you are
yeah.
going too many steps ahead. So I'm not necessarily pushing that right now. But either way, there's plenty of things you can do. One pro life sign I said, or I once saw a pro life sign that did offer assistance to women facing issues with stuff like that, and you know that that is a more effective way of like stopping abortions or a more effective way of attacking the issue of abortion in multiple ways
Wait, but
than straight legislation. So like some a big point with this is I believe there can be ways everyone can win on it.
why would you want to attack the? Are you anti-abortion?
I would say largely yes. I would say even a lot of the people who think that you should have a right to an abortion, past where I think you should have a right to it, still would not prefer it does happen or whatever. Uh, I hardly anyone is truly pro-abortion per se,
Yeah.
but to answer more specifically,
Yes.
I, like many people, have a take a mostly moderate stance on, or a somewhat moderate stance on this. And I'm also, like, again, like many people, somewhat weak and undecided on this.
Well, then you should not be pro revoking. Then you should feel that revoking Roe v. Wade was a loss, not a win.
I was I was speaking in like practical terms of like how, like, if it was a good move politically, like if it's gonna make you
Or
win or
was
whatever.
it was a bad move
Um,
politically because more people lose on it than win.
I mean, you claim that. I want to make sure I understand very specifically what you mean. So you say if somebody is not free to get an abortion, that's a loss.
Yes.
But but on the flip side, nobody wins from an alleged immoral act being banned or whatever.
Yes.
Don't. I'm not sure this really makes
It
sense,
makes
and I'm
perfect
not.
sense
And I'm not.
because
I'm
you're taking people's freedoms away. Other people have no right to take other people's freedoms away just because they think it's immoral. It's like it's basically like
all right. Well,
saying the
we
topic
can
of
apply this
divorce.
to reg.
Can I finish my thing?
Oh, sure, sorry, but after you're done, I'll say it. Sure.
Okay. It's basically like in the 19th century, divorce was forbidden. So if you, let's say we had a Roe
Hmm.
v. Wade equivalent for divorce, that like on the federal level it decided that divorce cannot just be banned, and then you left it to the states, and the red states would say, you know what, from now on divorce is banned. People cannot just divorce once they marry. Would you say that it's a win for those, that it's actually a good thing, it's a win because there are those who think that divorce is immoral and hence taking away the freedom for people to just divorce is, fine?
Again, what I mean by a win, I think might be different than what you're saying. Um, like, do you like? I'll answer that. I like. I want to like pivot more to like making a more apt comparison to regular murder. But either way, I'll answer that question with a question. Do you think that pursuing banning divorce is politically viable in the country I'm living in.
Depends. There are states that would definitely pursue it. Yeah.
Really?
Red
Do
states,
you
of
think
course.
it's
Yeah. More
do
radical
you
red
think
states.
if
Yeah, I think so.
do you think if Donald Trump proposed a divorce ban, granted after getting multiple divorces
I mean,
himself,
if
but let's
Trump, he
assume we
wouldn't
don't live in
propose
a
it. He
world.
would do an executive order or something.
I mean, that's an if under an if, but sure, whatever. Um, like, would could do you think that anybody's going to win on that? Like, um, to me, I think that one is different than the other because people have been pushing for repealing Roe v. Wade for a while, and now they got it done, and now it is a talking point that does, to some degree, help them win. As for my other
So,
comparison,
yeah.
with regular murder, all right, let's say we legalize regular murder.
Regular
Um,
murder is
you
already sort of
think that
legalized
you
in
think that's
some
illegal?
contexts, isn't it?
Ah,
Regular
shit.
killing, I
Yeah,
guess.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess shit. I didn't think about that. Yeah, there's cops killing people and whatnot all the time. Fuck. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the state has monopoly on violence. That includes killing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fuck. Yeah, shit. But more broad, but let's say broadly
Yes.
legalizing murder in total, or I guess we can work off of that. So let's say or I think at one point Trump even was saying something like this. If he didn't say it, it was misinterpreted as such. There was some sort of thing where it was claimed he was saying that cops should have immunity and that what he was advocating could allow for cops to get away with murder even more than they already do. This I don't think is winning. I don't think that's a winning move. I don't think that wins him at all.
I mean, it depends.
And
Again, once again, it depends how much power he gets, how much he can get away with once he's president.
to
Lukashenko, for
some
example,
extent,
has enacted a law that allows soldiers to just kill citizens without any repercussion in
to
Belarus.
some extent, but I'm meaning specifically in a campaign sense. There's probably a good number of people who would vote. Well, I don't know how many. Well, considering all the other shit at play and the choices people have to make, and how we're already in a cycle of like lesser two evils bullshit. But there's probably at least a few people who would change their mind on voting for Trump over him uh, saying that cops should be able to get away with murder. Meanwhile, the abortion thing, which is the flip side of that, at least as some people see it, um, like with Roe v. Wade being a federal protection on a form of murder, it's already won him a lot. It won him the evangelical vote, but it won him the white evangelical vote by a significant margin. So significant, some have said that he wouldn't have won without that. So I just don't see how it could be not denied that it's been to some extent a practical win. As for some people's freedoms potentially being at risk because of this,
Mm-hmm.
that is a completely unrelated question to what I meant with what I was saying with that. As for how much the people win,
Well, it's sort of related,
as
isn't
for
it?
how much
Because
the
all
people
those
win,
people,
whoever wins,
yeah.
well, if Kamala wins or if Trump wins, the American people is going to lose. So it would be a little bit tricky to scrape for that with this.
Well, but I would. Okay, there are two things here. One is that it is sort of related because all those people that lose their freedoms are gonna be absolutely motivated to vote against it. No,
Here's another question though. How much free, let's say abortion,
it's banned.
how about, well, how about like banned to like a somewhat moderate level? Because like, let's say, because like at the zygote level or whatever, you gotta be able to know when you have a pregnancy. At a certain, like, there was some discussion of like if an abortion ban was put out, that this could involve just monitoring chicks' wombs. If it was put on the conception is life stance or whatever, if an abortion ban were put at a level that would ban Plan B pills, it probably would involve that. So to avoid those complications, let's say 3 months or just whenever you're gonna know. Yeah, I guess 3 months, the heartbeat thing. Like as soon as you know that there's a living human in you, then it's banned to kill it. Let's say that does get banned across the states. Um, if you get murdered in the womb, you have lost all your freedom.
Well, you don't get
If
murdered because you don't have sentience at that point. No, even if there's a heartbeat.
let's say let's say you have a fairly developed brain
Well,
and
that's not
there's
three
at
months,
the point of a
definitely.
heartbeat. I mean, you can say that there's no sentience there,
Yeah.
but the more the science looks into it, the more we learn that there was more sentience there than we thought before. Like before we were able to look into the womb, then we might have very well thought there's no sentience at 8 months or something. And there's
Uh,
questions of what sentience means. There's
yes,
also
there
people
is.
who don't. There's also people who don't necessarily hold things to that standard. I've heard the comparison between this and a person in a coma. I don't agree with that. I bet you can see the problems with that, like like somebody who. But
But if you can
either
just
way, a lot
use
of
any standard you want, then we go back to the whole fertilized eggs thing, no?
well, I want to avoid the fertilized eggs thing and some other shit because it just makes it complicated. But let's say 3 months. Let's say you can't kill a baby
But why
in
three
3 months.
months?
To me, not for any moral reason or
Well,
whatever, or what you
morality is
think.
pretty important here, no?
Yes, it can
That's
be,
that's the
but I'm
that's the
looking at a
main
certain
crux
level.
of the argument
Let
for
me,
people that
let
are
me,
pro-life or
let me explain.
anti-abortion morality.
My just bear with me. I'm not
Okay.
specifically trying to pin down with you like where it's moral to kill an unborn baby or
Oh,
whatever. Like
kill.
like
It's
I
like
said, my
again.
I'm rather weak and undecided on where that should be and stuff. So if I were to try and go back and forth trying to pin that down with you,
Mm-hmm.
it would go on forever probably. So I'm just saying like 3 months, somewhere around 3 months,
Okay.
just so that because like at the zygote level, that probably would involve womb monitoring and in order to make that ban enforceable or whatever. And um,
But again, there's no
so
sentience. There's no cognition in 3 months. Nothing to go by to
if
sort
you
of.
think that, that's cool. That's not what I'm trying to argue with you about. But
What are you
all
trying to
right,
argue with me about?
well, if you let me finish, I can explain. So
Okay.
let's say let's say abortion is banned across all 50 states.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, abortion at 3 months banned in all 50 states.
I'm sorry.
You're
Again.
let's say hypothetically, or let's say hypothetically, I'm a woman living in one of these 50 states, and an abortion banned at 3 months.
Okay.
Another reason I would want to go for this being the example is because something like that would be one of the more likely laws to be put in place. This is what the law is in certain places.
That's horrible. But go
So
on.
how how much freedom am I losing from this? You know, let's say I'm a woman, not I'm a pregnant woman. I'm a woman. I live in America.
Yeah.
If I get an abortion, or I mean, sorry, I'm a woman. I live in America.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance I can get a pregnancy. There's that whatever I decide to do with the pregnancy, I got to make whatever decision I got to make about that.
Right.
Maybe the law restricts certain decisions on that, but either way. So, how much freedom would you say a non sexually active woman is losing from this?
But why would you ask that?
You
It's
can
like
ask
basic.
other
It's
things.
basically sort of
We can
like
go
it's
through, we can
that's
go through women,
you
we can
know.
go through women protection. We can go through women who want to have.
It's basically like asking if you take away rights from trans people, how much rights do not trans people lose really? Like if you're asking about things that take rights away from people that are
And there you go.
pregnant,
We
and
got
then
the
ask
ball
how
rolling. There you
many
go.
rights do people that are not pregnant really losing, who are not sexually active on top of that, because
Or
once
women who
you
want
add the
to
sexual
have a baby.
activity, suddenly you sort of get into the losing rights thing.
Well, all
Like
right. There you go. It's very much like that. We
you're
can.
asking me how much do people lose in this law that are not involved in this with this law. You might as well, if a person is completely inactive sexually and never gets pregnant, then you might as well ask how much freedom do men lose from the ban of abortion.
I would actually say that men can have their freedoms affected by this. I would say abortion is to an extent a men's issue, and men's responsibility involved in this can't be overlooked. And there's a whole thing where from the man's perspective, it'll be like, okay, a woman can kill the baby, so I shouldn't have to be responsible for the situation after impregnating a woman.
Well, you can call
And
it killing of a baby, but it's not. So,
but as for your comparisons, it's like absolutely saying, well, asking how much freedom is a non-sexually
and
active
it doesn't
person
it actually does not take away any freedom from the man.
hang
What
on,
sort
you're
of
saying,
freedom does what sort of freedoms does a man lose from a abortion ban or in a
well,
lack of one?
let's say I impregnate a chick and let's say I impregnate a chick. Maybe I want to start a family with her. Maybe we want to get an abortion. Me as somebody who's responsible for the situation, and somebody who might want to make a deal of what to do about the situation with the woman.
Well, a deal involves
Um,
two people, not just one.
exactly, and I want to speak to your comparison with trans people and stuff.
But it okay,
Yes,
wait, but yeah,
that is absolutely a great comparison.
is it?
And like what you're saying, how much freedom is lost by non-sexually active women,
Yeah,
and you're like, well, that's ridiculous
it is.
because
Yeah,
it's like sure, sure, it's ridiculous. It's a complete fucking non-issue for certain people. And then it's an issue for certain people. So that's a
but
measure
that's
of
true
how
for
much
all
people is fucked.
issues. There's no issue that is an issue for everybody.
Well, the environment or something, but sure. Um, so with that,
Well, even that is
different
not an issue for everybody because the hyper rich can just weather the environment with their wealth and then just, die and not care.
well, Well, I wish him luck in that. There, no one's fully safe from everything, but
Well,
I'm
yes,
not
I would
sure.
say that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I would like to hear a compelling argument that a man, even if he wants to make a deal, he still does not personally lose any freedoms from an abortion ban.
If you believe an abortion ban takes away somebody's freedom, I
The woman's
mean,
freedom, yeah, over her body, over the choices about her own body.
right? I mean, if we grant that's a loss of freedom that somebody should have that freedom.
Yeah.
I mean, what if I want to? I mean,
What if
like,
a
what if I
man
want?
wants to have control over a woman's body? That's not a freedom.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. Like,
Oh, good.
as like you could say a man. You could think of it like there could be ways a man could try to exert control over a woman's body using the precedent of an abortion ban or abortion being allowed in certain ways. But saying that this is a loss of freedom, okay. What if I
Yeah.
want to fuck? What if I want to fuck a chick and she won't do it because abortion just got banned or something?
Well, that's not a loss for freedom for the man. What do you mean?
Let's say I impregnate a woman. The baby's got to be born with
Like if
severe life-altering birth defects,
yeah,
and me as a potential father and the mother want to get an abortion for that one
yeah.
and try again with a baby that's not going to be fucked up.
Well, that's
So
that
because it's
scenario
not
is
happening
still
in
a
my
loss
body.
of freedom for the woman, but not a loss of any freedom for the man.
All right, well let's reverse it from abortion. Instead of killing the baby, let's say let's reverse it. Let's say I'm not allowed. Let's say racial segregation. Let's say I'm a black guy. Madly in love with some random white chick. Well,
Yeah.
not random because I'm madly in love with her, but let's say I'm a white dude, white chick. It's illegal for us to have a baby. Um, so race mixing ban, right?
Right.
So because the thing would happen in the woman's body, me being denied the right to have a father with a potential mother that would have me,
Why? What?
this is not a loss of my freedom. Me losing the right to have my autonomy of my own body as it relates to what I do with it with her.
Well, you can still have the body out. You can still have sex if she consents. That's the extent to your bodily autonomy as a
Assuming,
man.
assuming, assuming I'm allowed to still fuck her but not impregnate her. Okay, so me not having the right to impregnate her when she is willing it, I'm not losing any freedom here. You believe this.
Yes.
I don't know how you square that, but we'll just have to agree to disagree on this, I suppose.
Also, what do you mean lose the right to impregnate her?
Well, like it's illegal.
That,
Let's say it's
so
illegal for me as a black man to impregnate a white woman. She wants me to impregnate her. We're married. We're going to do this. We're planning on having a family. And there's a race mixing ban. That was an issue we had in this country.
Okay.
But just so because it's all happening because the actual pregnancy is happening in the woman's body, you say this is in no way at all a rights issue for the man. Let's
Yes.
say let's say baby is born.
Okay.
Paternity test is done. It is found out I am the father. I
Mm-hmm.
did this horrible, disgusting race mixing. How evil it is for this thing to happen for some reason. For some reason, race mixing is this horrible evil. You're okay with this.
I'm okay with what? With banning
No,
race
I'm
mixing?
fucking. I'm not trying to say you're okay with racist laws or whatever. That was a joke.
Um,
But yeah, but look, these horrific racist laws that
But those laws
of
are not about the a ban on bodily autonomy. They're basically a ban on freedom of
is it
association.
yeah, there's freedom of association, but there's
Yeah.
bodily autonomy issue here as well.
Well, you can
Like
still
if
have.
there's, I mean, like pregnancy is an issue of bodily autonomy wherever you stand on that issue. As for you can also like saying bodily autonomy of the fetus or whatever, wherever you stand on this issue and whatever side of the issue you're talking about. I'm not talking about a different issue. I'm still talking just because it's not abortion.
Even
It's
in your
still
example of the whole impregnation thing, that would still be just a problem of women's body autonomy. Because
yeah.
even
There's
if
the
a
women's.
man does it with a woman and she ends up pregnant, the state in your example would just force an abortion.
Well, let's say I impregnate a woman and I'm found out to be the father and I'm hanged for this.
You're hanged
That's
for this.
not losing any freedom
Were
because that's a
there
thing that happened. Lynchings happened in my country.
lynchings
There
are
have been
not
plenty.
something that is law. Lynchings, do you know what a lynching is?
Have been well. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
A lynching is where somebody is murdered. Let's
Do you,
say
can
somebody
you
like
do you
oh
know what
yeah,
a
like
lynching is?
talking about law. People can lose freedom from means other than the state, but can also be through the state. But I'm saying that people have been lynched. That's been a thing that's happened.
Yeah, but do
Yes,
you know what a lynching
it
is?
is done. It is done by the mob or whatever. But let's
Yeah.
say, but if we're going hypotheticals, let's say hypothetically, it is in fact the state itself that is doing the lynching because the paternity test comes back positive. So
Well, how can a
I'm
government do a
kind of
lynching?
what
How can a government do a lynching?
what are you confused about?
Do you know what a lynching is?
It's where someone gets hanged. Like, yes, it is done. It's been like done through the mob or whatever. That's the historical example. I'm moving beyond the lynching thing and
Okay.
going into a hypothetical of a different thing where the government is doing like historically there have been black people lynched, whole fucked up thing for all sorts of
But
reasons.
that's mob
That's
justice.
that's
That's lynching.
Yeah, so that's been done through mob justice. The state's also done whatever fucked up shit like that.
Like what? Were
But
white men
I'm
hanged
talking.
under the law
Let's
for
say,
sleeping with women and having children with them when race.
all right, let's say a law where the same thing is done by the state. I mean, let alone the fact that you can lose your freedom to something that is not a state actor, as evidenced by that example of lynching.
What do you mean?
Well, let alone that. Like, if I were to go to Poland and murder you, you would lose your freedom, no?
What do you mean lose my? I would lose my life. I would lose my everything. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what are you talking about? Or what are we talking
All right.
about?
All right. Let's
Yeah,
say I'm
if
a
you'd kill me, I'd be dead. Yes, that's right.
yeah, exactly. So let's say I'm a black guy. Let's say I fuck a white woman. Let's say she gets pregnant. Baby is born.
Okay,
Paternity test is done. I am the father. Maury Povich show. You're the father.
okay,
And then the state executes me.
okay. That's not a
So
bodily autonomy problem.
well, yeah. In some way, well, yes. In some ways, it is or isn't. Like me being killed is its own bodily autonomy issue. But to the extent that it's not my pregnancy, yeah.
At
Like
least the
it's
pregnancy itself is definitely not a man's bodily autonomy problem.
right. Yeah. So,
right?
but would you say that I'm not losing freedom in this instance?
Well, you are losing freedom. You're losing your freedom to associate in any way you wish with the other person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
With an abortion ban or whatever, you don't quite get a lot of this. Women aren't in a lot of cases with the abortion ban stuff. They're not even trying to legally punish the woman for anything.
Kamala Harris in that very debate gave examples that that is actually what's happening.
I'm just saying, like for the most part or whatever.
Well,
There's
if the
been
state is
some,
blue, then no. But if the state is red, there is a probability that's not low that it actually will persecute women for seeking abortions.
or
If
there's
I'm
examples of people pushing for it.
if I'm not mistaken, there are actually states that push for punishing women for even attempting to go to a different state to seek out abortion.
Oh shit. Well, yeah, I've heard about something like that. Yeah.
So
Um,
that's
I
even
think,
worse than the examples that you've given.
which actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me think for a second.
Okay.
With the Roe v. Wade thing and like leaving it up to the states, which again, this is not like I was saying at the beginning. This is not going to be all just pure debate.
Okay.
That's something to think about. So if if A is legal in the state over
Mm-hmm.
and A is illegal, A for abortion. If abortion is legal in California and it is illegal in Texas,
Mm-hmm.
and me moving over, and there's been other laws with that sort of fucking bullshit going on with it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's legal for me to go over to California, get abortion. If I come back, I could get prosecuted in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hmm,
Mm-hmm.
like that as for how much will that affect as for how much will that weaken the political gain to be had by the Trump campaign with this, I guess remains to be seen. But it did get brought up in the debate,
It did. And Trump
and at least
completely fumbled it by saying things that are blatantly not true, and he got fact check on it by the people that that he says in this
or what do
thing
you
here that
specifically,
yeah.
or what do you say specifically that was wrong, and how was it wrong, and to what extent does it matter
Well, he
how
started
wrong you were?
pandering conspiracy theories about babies being killed post birth, which is completely not true.
That's apparently been true in like some cases or
Well,
whatever.
apparently not, since the people that have access to data fact checked him on it on the spot, unless you're claiming that they were lying.
They might have been lying.
Why would they? Are you saying that the everybody in this debate was just out to get Trump for some reason?
He said that he was debating three people or whatever.
Well, yeah, he
That's
said
like
that because he was
that's
being
like
fact
maybe
checked. That's the main
50%
reason
or
why he
whatever.
said it. He was being challenged on the lies that he was saying. If Kamala Harris said blatantly
I mean, how
incorrect
much does the
information, she would be
well? It's
fact
like you
checked
got to
as
look
well.
at how much. I mean, you got to look at like how much fact checking was done on her too. But I mean, in all fairness, making a perfect debate is like a pipe dream to an extent or whatever.
Yeah, but they were just doing their job. They were just doing
I
their
mean,
job
yeah,
on fact checking people on basic information on whether or not it's true. That doesn't mean that they were debating him alongside Kamala Harris. They were just fact checking his information and correcting it when it was wrong.
all right. Well, I'm googling women being prosecuted for getting an abortion.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I'm googling women being prosecuted for an abortion. Um,
Right?
which,
This
which
is
by the way,
becoming a
we're
this is becoming a abortion debate slash discussion when we were supposed to discuss the many points that Trump logically won on in the debate. And you said at one point that whether Kamala Harris wins or Trump wins, everybody loses either way. But I would say that if
Yeah,
Trump wins, everybody loses a lot more. Not just in the US, but outside of the US.
if you were to say that based on the abortion thing, there would be
Well,
a
I would say that
number of
based on
reasons.
many, many
There would
other
be,
things, not
but
just the abortion thing,
as for the foreign policy thing,
right? Foreign
um,
policy, okay.
yeah, a while about that, a while ago, like fuck, yeah, foreign policy, two
Yeah,
words that need to be in certain people's fucking heads.
yeah.
At one point, I was pretending to be Canadian, trolling some people,
Hmm.
and then this fucking midwit who kept adding me in chat. After I said, okay, I was lying about being Canadian, they were still
So wait,
arguing
you're
with
from the
me.
US,
About,
yes?
yeah, yeah, I'm American.
Okay.
Um, so after I dropped it, like in the middle of me pretending to be Canadian, they're like, "Oh, you don't live in America. Your opinion on this doesn't matter." Like,
Well, clearly I'm not gonna make that
um,
argument, right?
I just want to throw it out there that that's some xenophobic bullshit to be saying that, and your point on foreign policy is exactly why I fucking hate that shit. And like all of a sudden, when I stopped being Canadian, my opinion mattered more to this guy.
I mean,
Like
I'm not
it's
sure
fucking
why
bullshit.
bring it up to a Polish person that's discussing US elections on stream.
Just throwing it out there that I see a lot of just that I see that in some cases and it just pisses me off. Like
Right.
people saying like, okay, if you don't live in America, your opinion on any of it doesn't matter. I just want to throw it out there that I think that's some
Oh,
xenophobic bullshit that somebody was saying.
oh yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna say that, right? Okay, so let's discuss foreign policy. Do you think Trump won on foreign policy in this debate?
He maybe did a few things okay on foreign policy
Let's focus on the
in his
topic that is close to
administration.
my heart. Okay.
As, as
Um.
for the debate,
Yeah.
I mean, what, like,
So I guess let's take it one step at a time. Let's focus on the topic that's close to my.
at no point
Yeah.
was I trying to say, at no point was I trying to say that was one of the things he did great on in the debate.
So do
As
you?
for the,
I
as
guess.
for how good Kamala did either, maybe not that great either. Like,
Okay. So I guess let me ask you: did
um,
Trump win with Kamala Harris on the topic of Ukraine in
on
the
the
debate?
topic of Ukraine,
Yes.
I no. Um,
Okay.
I mean, I heard this one guy saying that vote that Trump winning would be better for Ukraine in a couple of ways and shit. And there was some logical arguments there or whatever.
What were the
There's
logical
like,
arguments on
well,
Trump's side?
I don't remember specific, but essentially, well, logical arguments as in they were
They were not totally
logic bending it,
nonsensical. I
not
mean, they were
necessarily the
totally
logic
nonsensical from my
correct.
perspective. But
Lo-
if you could tell me what those, yeah.
Logical, logical in the sense he laid out logic in favor of a position.
Well,
Logical is not the same as correct, but
yeah,
anyway.
but the problem
The guy was
is, wait, hold on. The problem is that in the case of Ukraine, he didn't lay out any logic.
well. I'm not saying Trump did.
What's the logic
So
in
see,
Trump's
a, a, di-
Ukraine?
a different person unrelated to this laid out some logic for why
Okay,
this would be better. But
can you tell it
as
to
for
me?
Trump's case himself, as for like the case Trump made in the debate, um, I don't know. That shit just seemed weird how he was phrasing things and shit.
So he didn't win on
Um,
Ukraine. He just lost, and Kamala Harris won.
yeah,
Yes, can
like
we agree on
like I
that?
like like I less confident in saying she won, but that was he should have prepared more to say the least.
I mean, if he
Um,
lost on Ukraine
But
Ukraine topic during the debate, then it sort of follows that she won. No.
by default, I suppose. But and anyway, this one guy was essentially just saying,
Yes. What was this guy
um,
saying?
essentially that like Trump would be better at sending the Ukrainians aid and shit.
But he said that he
Um,
would just end it.
and
He said that he indicates that he would
saying,
stop aid. He blocked aid for 8 months, as is,
well,
which is causing
that
a
was
lot
like
of trouble now, by the way.
before the war started or whatever.
But before the
There,
war
there's
started, it was his term, and a smaller scale war was going on, and he never did anything about it.
right.
You could even make a case that he enabled the
Well,
bigger scale conflict by not doing
true.
anything when it was still a much smaller scale one.
Right. Yeah, I suppose another thing the dude was saying, which I'm not throwing it out there saying I agree with it, but just
Okay.
some I've been thinking about and wanted to look into. He's also saying that like Kamala and the Biden administration, their move is to like send them just enough weapons to get by or whatever, and they wouldn't actually send them enough to win. But I don't know. Seems like there's only so much we should be sending them, and not drain ourselves.
Drain
But
ourselves. Do you think that the US should not be sending Ukraine more? What do you mean when you say drain ourselves? Now
well,
this
like
is getting
send a certain
interesting.
amount, not sending enough resources to like bankrupt the nation or whatever. But I don't
Bankrupt the
know that that's
nation.
really on the table.
Do you
I don't
think
again. I don't know that that's really on the table. But
I
anyway,
I
but
don't think so.
some
No.
some of that dude was saying that might have not panned out so much. But one thing the guy I'm talking about was saying that is better though is we have to be careful with the kind of aid we do send them. Like we shouldn't be sending these fuckers money because it's not getting to the people and everything.
Well,
Um,
that's not what's happening. That's not how the aid works.
a certain amount of aid is money and everything.
The only sort
Although
of money that goes to Ukraine is going to upkeep its economy, and that definitely is. It goes to the paying of teachers, uh,
there's a
basically
lot of corruption in
people
Ukraine.
that are hired under the government. But the money,
If
all
we're
the
winning,
aid is very very strictly tracked. There's a whole report on it. If you want to read it, I can send it to you.
if you want to link that, sure. But as for trusting all of the money to go to the right place, I'm really thinking I'm not going to be too sold on that. Like the guy said, and I agree with this. One dude was saying, you know, we should be sending them resources. If it's sending them shit for the war effort, we should be sending them resources like weapons and
Well, that
munitions
is how the aid works. Yes.
and not money. Yeah, a lot of the aid is through sending them munitions and stuff. You said as for you saying sending them money to help their economy and stuff.
Well, the upkeep the
Um,
economy because Ukraine is in a pretty big hole economically. Because
so
Ukraine
so
is
we're
not
not
able to upkeep its economy on its own because it's being devastated by the
so,
war that is ongoing.
but essentially the case is we
Like
should
people
send
need to be
them.
paid,
Hang on.
like teachers, nurseries. People need to all the elderly have to be paid their, um, pensions, etc. You would
Well,
you
essentially, you
Yeah.
okay. Well, essentially, it was said that a lot of the people running Ukraine fought against Lend Lease in favor of monetary aid because you can't put a tank in a bank account.
But that's irrelevant because the aid is organized the way it is, and it's very well tracked. It is actually very well controlled. There is a very detailed report on what goes where, what is spent where, what sort of equipment goes where, etc. There's a pretty
Any idea on
firm
who wrote the
lid
report?
on the whole aid thing. Yeah,
All right. Any idea on who wrote the report?
it was made by. Where do I? Hold on.
I mean, all of this could be correct.
It is.
Um, the more you have read the sources you intend on citing, the more credible you are in claiming this,
Right.
naturally.
Yeah.
But either way, agree with me. Tracking money can be difficult.
Yeah, but in this case, it's very well tracked. So that's not really a significant argument, is it?
All right, well, I'll at least want to take a look at it or whatever, if you want to link in the chat or whatever the fuck.
Hold on.
Well, I have to pull up your stream again, but I don't know. Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
All right, well, I see somebody in chat saying Trump has no plan. Um, what the fuck's even the point of saying that? His name's Donald J. Trump. Of course he doesn't have a goddamn plan. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna find that report and
like
I'm gonna send it to you after the talk we're having.
look here, the guy who's a moderator named Paul Dead. Here's Donald Trump's plan for things, and it's very effective. Okay, he has a plan. It's very effective. Your father just gives you a small loan of $1 million. That's his plan for shit. But yeah, I'm waiting on the link, I suppose.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the report after the thing because I don't really have it on. I didn't think I'd be talking about tracking aid, but I assure you the report exists and it's pretty detailed. Do I have
All
it?
right, well, I'm not able to look at it, but I will assume you are correct about everything
Okay.
that I'm not able to currently look at it.
All
And
right.
the homework fallacy is not a fallacy, but when I am able to look at the report, that will be helpful.
All right. Uh.
But another thing
Yeah.
though, which earlier today though, uh, or wait, oh, I just remembered it was on your stream. I was fucking seeing that.
Yeah.
So about Trump saying Iran and Iraq are like almost one country.
No, he said they're basically one country. Yeah.
I was watching and thinking, fuck, what if he's right and I haven't been paying attention? What if that is actually true to extent? It's like shit seems crazy. I
I
mean,
mean, you can make such claims.
I,
People say that Ukraine and Russia are basically one country. Would you agree with that?
I have said that and insisted on the phrase "the Ukraine" and called it the Russian Civil War, but that's mostly just trolling. As for this, Iraq and Iran
Uh-huh.
being one country because of all the money they're sending each other and shit.
I mean, just sending
Um,
each other money and having ties does not make countries one and the same.
I mean, if they merge into one country in a couple of years, you'll look foolish for calling this claim ridiculous.
It is
But
still
it's
ridiculous,
as of
yeah.
now,
Like the
it
European
seems like it's
Union
probably
sends countries within the Union money. You still wouldn't say that the European Union is a single country, would you?
Uh, well, with the European Union, that's a little bit different. Like, if you look at Brexit and why that happened and everything, you could say that's a political order, whatever. That's maybe not that great of an example, but either
It's not.
way, like with him saying this shit, it's another case of like, you know, it's just random, maybe. I mean,
Right?
there's also another thing where like I don't know. The guy has said some weird stuff. There was at one point he was saying that nobody was talking. It might have been the Roe v. Wade thing. It was something where he's like, nobody's been talking about how crazy and controversial this is until me. Or was it a foreign policy thing? I'm trying to remember exactly what it was,
Yeah.
but I don't know. But like, how much money are they even sending each other? Where it's almost one country. Like
I'm
he's
sorry.
saying
What
that.
what's what was what is your question?
Like how I guess I could just Google it myself, but how much money are they sending each other where it's almost one country?
It's
I, like
that's not a
is
factor
he
at all. Do you think
like
that
is he
countries stop being separate states when they send them each other enough cash?
I'm saying like is it not even that much fucking money? And what Trump is saying is even more ridiculous than it sounds.
Well, it's always ridiculous because statehood is not based on how much money individual states spend each other. There's not some threshold under above which individual states stop being separate and just become one country. Oh, you've sent us this amount of money. I guess you're part of us now. That's not how that works.
I mean, it can be how it works
It's
sometimes,
never works
but I
like
don't
that.
think like if a certain amount of land is up for sale or something.
Is up
But
for
I
what do
think
you
this is
mean?
not a case that's at all like that. Like like my question is like, is this I'm hearing, or is it all his imagination entirely? You know, is he the one making shit up himself?
Trump?
Yeah, because
Are
I
you
mean,
asking if
a
Trump is
lot of
lying about things? Yes.
well, we know he is, but it's like how original are his fucking lives?
Well, you know. Like he mentions Iran, that Iran's about to get nuclear weapons, and he himself fumbled the Iran deal. Like, y- y- I don't think
Um,
Trump won on anything in that debate,
I
quite
mean,
frankly. I don't
previous
see any
Iran,
logical, like, there were so
maybe
many.
the Franklin thing slightly, but I don't know. I'm saying maybe, and like with pointing out that Kamala it
Yeah,
has inconsistent policies or whatever. Um,
Kamala had inconsistent policies. What do you mean? Oh, and of course, Trump keeps saying that another term for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris re-elected, as if she was president now and she was getting re-elected. What is that about?
oh, I'm kind of with I'm actually kind of with that a little bit. I don't know that that's a
You're with
point.
that. You're
I
with
agree
Trump saying that.
to an extent, like as for
That
saying
it's
that
a
she is the one
re-election for
leading,
Kamala Harris and that it's her second term. 4 more years for Kamala Harris.
like
You're with that a bit.
essentially, essentially the claim with that. I mean, partially other than just her being the vice president, so it would be 4 more years of her in the Oval Office in all technical terms. Essentially, the claim there is somewhat that,
No, that's not how that
yeah, I'm
works.
not even the one bringing this up. You're the one bringing this up.
Yeah, and you
I'm
said I'm
this
with
might
that.
this might be the only point I feel is solid in my case as to what I bring up. I don't know, but essentially the claim is just that Joe Biden was largely incapacitated and she was running the show or whatever.
Well, he can make that claim, but the claim is incorrect. If he was incapacitated, if couldn't run the show anymore, then he stepped down and she'd become president. That's the job of a vice president. But she didn't. She's still just the vice president. So it's
Well,
not four
gee,
more years of Kamala Harris. It's actually the
well,
first.
gee,
Sorry.
gee. In America, there's never been a case where somebody acted out power higher than their technical position. It's totally not possible
I mean, we can
that
enter
somebody
conspiracy
coming
theories,
from
but it's nothing more than conspiracy at that point. It still doesn't uh, sort of make
conspiracy
legitimate.
theory.
It doesn't really make legitimate a claim that Kamala Harris is getting re-elected and that she's getting 4 more years.
Conspiracy theory is not a logical fallacy.
Yeah, but it's
Conspiracy
still
is
just
actually belief.
conspiracy. So we can it's pointless to talk about it. It's just conspiracy.
I don't know. It's at least somewhat fun or whatever. Like it's fun to throw that at people if nothing else.
And if like I'm not
There's
really
also
feeling confident about a presidential candidate that just panders conspiracy next to a podium to an audience that Kamala Harris is getting reelected and 4 more years for Kamala Harris.
um, I'll tell you what.
Yep.
I think that's a pretty solid thing to say, but it's still somewhat of a loss for him saying that in a different way.
I think it's a loss in both the
So
ways, but
well, hang on.
yeah,
So I think that conspiracy theory is pretty valid.
it's
If
valid.
Michelle, hang on, if Michelle Obama were to run for president, somebody were to say she's actually getting reelected for a third term, I would kind of be with that somewhat. When Clinton was running for president, I called that a reelection of Bill and stuff like that. But all right, but here's how it's still a loss, even from the perspective that the conspiracy theory is largely valid.
That's
Trump Trump keeps bitching about things not going his way. This is somewhat an example of that, or at least is connected to that. So,
mm-hmm.
all right. So Trump versus Biden. Here's Trump versus Biden. I'm running against somebody who can barely tie his own shoelaces. This is a fucking disaster. It's an embarrassment to our country that this is what I'm running against. So they fixed that problem.
I mean,
Trump,
you can
Trump,
say
and
that
then
about Trump as well. It's just that he's better at
not
bouncing off of
not to the
his.
extent of Biden, not to the extent of Biden at the very
Ah,
least.
I
Uh,
I'd say
he's,
that's
he
arguable.
seems he seems all there to me. To the extent he was ever all well, I mean, Biden's been like having issue even before it's gotten to this level has been like a bit a bit nutty for
Well,
years.
the
But
truth is that Trump is just rambling. He's just good at covering his rambles. But it doesn't change the fact that he's a rambly old man, and it became very evident once Joe Biden stepped down and Kamala Harris entered the race.
yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. But anyway, what what I'm seeing is like, all right, Trump says, all right, I'm running against somebody who is terrible. They get somebody better, somebody who was with the guy he was running against,
Also,
and
that's a pretty good,
and then he cries about it.
yeah.
So he's like, "Oh, wait, it's not fair. They're running a candidate that could actually beat me." And he's like treating this like a sport. That's a huge. That's So if somebody wants to throw around claims that Trump largely doesn't respect democracy,
Oh, he
this would be a
doesn't.
good way of helping him on that angle.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't respect democracy.
To an extent, I don't respect democracy that much either, but I'm
Oh,
not
can you
engaging
elaborate?
in it.
Can you elaborate on that?
The thing is, hang on. Well, to an extent, I think it's been a shit show and everything.
Democracy.
But yeah, but like, sort of my thing is, I don't have that much respect for democracy, but I'm not playing the
Why?
game.
Why don't you have respect for democracy? Would you prefer a
Because this
dictatorship?
is the fucking situation we're in. Like, I mean, if we're voting, all right, so do you think that we should vote for the candidate that will uphold democracy?
Yeah.
So you think we should vote on the issue of our right to vote? That sounds like a fucking Ponzi scheme to me, man.
Wait, I'm sorry, what's a Ponzi scheme?
I mean, maybe not the most literal in that or whatever.
Right,
I
so
may be using
you're
it.
not in favor of democracy because there are actors that would try to undermine it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I said like how much I respect democracy or whatever.
Yeah, and so
Not I'm
why don't
actively
you
against it.
you
No,
haven't
no,
made
I'm
you haven't
saying
explained to me why you don't respect democracy.
because it's failing.
How is it
As
failing?
for
What do you mean? So you're in favor, like you're in favor of
From another,
autocracy because in your mind it's winning. What are you trying to say?
like, there's been voting, like this voter ID bill going around. Now, I have
Yeah.
someone thinks about proving who they say they are before voting is a sensible move or whatever. But whatever your stance is on that, why the fuck should I be voting on how we run the vote? At what point
Wait,
does
what
is
do you
any
mean voting on how we run the vote?
like one like much of what people wait? I think fuck. I think it's cutting out.
A bit,
I'm
yeah.
probably yeah, because it seemed like it chopped that shit off, and I was interrupting you without hearing you speak, and it was cutting out.
Okay.
But
So what do you
all
mean
right,
by voting on how to vote?
that's one of the big issues that's been going around. There's
Yeah.
been voter rights bills and stuff.
Voter what?
Voter rights, and with like the mail-in ballots votes and stuff, there's been a lot of claims that I believe to a large extent that
Yes.
the last election was fortified.
I'm s-
So so let's say we look back at the last election and
okay.
we say that, I mean, maybe you don't agree with this, but this is somewhat what it looks like to me. Let's say Biden cheated in the election and that's why he won. Well, and the reason why Trump lost was not because he didn't cheat and Biden did cheat, but rather that his cheating didn't work.
Okay.
Um, does this look like a good state of affairs? Does this look like how things are supposed to be run?
I mean, he didn't. He failed on January 6th, so I would say that democracy worked. He failed to overturn the election.
There's like that or whatever.
Well, that's
I
a
don't.
pretty
That
crucial
that
part,
shit
isn't
was
it? That
never,
he tried to overturn the result of a election
that
and that he
shit was
failed.
never going to overturn the election.
Well, then it
There that
worked,
there was
I guess.
in no
The
way.
election happened, he lost, and yeah, it worked.
There's that. So we're at least running a democracy better than a lot of the South American countries and stuff.
So
Um,
what's the
there's
problem?
that.
Like, are
But
you saying that
either way,
democracy is flawed as a concept because there are people that may try to undermine it? That's basically your argument?
as for attacking democracy as a concept,
That just
um,
means that we should make better sure to defend it, to defend democracy, that we should
as
keep
for,
our
as for
population
attacking
better
democracy,
informed.
the
Yeah?
concept, as for attacking democracy, the concept,
Yeah?
that this would not be the ideal starting point for doing something like that. But if the primary thing we do with democracy is try to preserve the democracy, I think
I mean,
that
that is part of
the,
democracy, working hard to preserve it because it's not a given. It's a thing that you need
I
to constantly work on, of
all right,
course. Yeah.
all right. Well, there is that, but
Oh, yeah,
to
that's
me anyway,
yeah.
to me anyway, I would rather vote on something, not vote on the vote. Like someone, advocate, like someone with this perspective could advocate for a more democratic system, more fucking referendums and shit in our system.
What what do you mean?
Like, I mean, our system, um, like I guess instead of attacking democracy as a concept in the sense of like saying we should not have a democracy because there's people who undermine it or whatever.
Yeah.
I would more so come from the perspective that it's just that there's only one form of government, and that is oligarchy.
What? Do you think that the US is an
Would
oligarchy?
would you say it's not?
Yeah, I would say so. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I would definitely say that the U.S. is not an. Are you saying that?
Like not
Would you put an
like
equivalence
there's just no
between the
way
U.S. and Russia in that regard?
So perhaps they are more of an oligarchy or whatever.
More to what extent? To what extent is the U.S. an oligarchy?
As for how much more, I I only know so much about Russia, so that'd be hard to say. But the way it stands now, like we have a two-party system
It's not an
where that
oligarchy
rich,
having a two-party
I
system.
know, but that the two-party system and how it acts is part of the problem.
Oh,
I saw
that's still
I saw
not
this
an oligarchy, not by a long shot.
right, right, but the two part like the two a two-party system doesn't make it an oligarchy. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Like you
But
don't have a bunch of oligarchs that just run the U.S. That's not a thing that's happening.
the thing is that and a combination of other factors makes it very easy to buy influence on our political system, among other
Are
problems.
you talking about lobbying?
Lobbying, to an extent, yeah, is the issue.
But that's not on.
Or
That's not
is an
oligarchy.
issue. Like yes, and you can't. And as for people saying getting money out of politics entirely, that's somewhat of a pipe dream.
But that's still not
And
an oligarchy. Money in politics is not an oligarchy.
right, like just yeah, I'm with you there. Like the people who say get money out of politics,
Can I
that
hear?
that's
Can you give
largely
me a
saying
definition of on what an oligarchy is? I'm gonna Google and check you. Right? Can you tell me what you think an oligarchy
well,
is?
well,
Yeah?
monarchy is ruled by one,
Oligarchy. An
democracy is
oligarchy. What
ruled
is
by
an
the many,
oligarchy?
oligarchy is ruled by the few.
Yeah, it's a small group of people
Democracy
having
is ruled by
control
the
of a
many.
country or organization. Do you think that the US is a country that is held that is controlled by a few rich influential people, aka oligarchs?
Is the country held by a few rich, influential people?
Yeah.
No, not at all. The homeless rule this country. No, no, man. I guess I'm wrong on that. It's actually the poor people that rule everything.
What? I'm sorry. What is the argument that you're trying to make? Are you saying that
Well, I'm,
are you
I'm
saying
totally, I'm
that
totally conceding, man. It's the poor that rule the country, and there is not a tendency for a small group of rich elites to rule countries overall. And thus, I guess I was wrong in saying that there's a general
so are you saying
tendency
that the
towards
entirety of
oligarchy
the
in all
government of the
countries.
US is basically is just a facade, just a farce, and in reality there are a few super powerful oligarchs that between behind the scenes just pull the strings of the United States of America? Is that what you're basically trying to put forward to me?
There's a level of
That
degree to it,
Congress
but
is
there's still
basically nothing, that all the bodies that exist in the US are basically nothing, and there are just a few powerful, rich people that are the oligarchs of the US, and they call the shots. Whatever they say goes, and it is what it is. Because that is what an
I would
oligarchy is.
I wouldn't say Congress is irrelevant, and that's why we have the kind of shit, and that's why we have a system that isn't what it officially claims to be. As a matter of fact, Congress has eaten up a lot of the power.
Oh, so is it an oligarchy or is it not? So you're saying it's not an oligarchy
It's
then?
it's the
Or is
degree.
it
It's
an
a degree of an
oligarchy of
oligarchy.
the Is it like the oligarchy of the Congress? The Congress oligarchy?
To an extent, there's some of that shit. Um,
Excuse me?
well,
So
to a
the
degree, yeah.
entirety of the Congress is the small group of people having control of a country or organization.
But all right, well, I guess I didn't say to a degree 50 times. I don't know, but anyway. So the executive branch, much of that has been destroyed. A lot of what
How?
the American people do is focus on voting for the presidency. Um, but a lot of the appointments, but a lot of the positions of the actual so-called executive branch, a lot of that shit has to be approved by Congress and stuff.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say that the executive branch in the US has been destroyed?
Not entirely. And much of the power it's formerly
Yeah,
had
that's right.
can be to an extent restored.
So you're just saying that the power of the president in the US is meaningless?
The power of the president meaningless.
Yeah, you said the executive branch has been destroyed in this country.
Oh,
This
sorry, I
country
said to
meaning
an
the.
extent. I think maybe it cut out again. I said to an extent. As for the presidency, I didn't say the presidency. The executive branch, much of the other portions of it, other than the actual
It consists
presidency,
of the president, his or
has
her advisors, and various departments and agencies. Are those like ineffective and toothless now?
much of the actual running of the State Department and such happens autonomously and through control of things like the Congress and such.
So,
Um,
like the federal agencies are toothless in the US, the presidential cabinet is.
uh, Federal agencies toothless. I'm not
Yeah,
sure I said
that's
that,
the executive branch.
but as for toothless, I said autonomous.
Well, you said that
Like
they're destroyed.
the I like what I was saying. The executive branch of the founding, to an extent, destroyed. Yeah.
The
So,
founding.
but that doesn't mean we don't. But me saying to an extent how the executive branch has been changed from how it was in the founding. That is a different claim from saying we don't have a president anymore or any of this other shit. But anyway, it is getting pretty late. I'm
Okay.
probably going to have to cut this off at a certain point. I don't know what time it is over there, but it's
It's
like 10:20 over here.
5 a.m.
So it's even worse over there. But I want to ask about your debates with Lonerbox. So you say
Oh,
you
so you've
won.
have you watched them?
I'll have to go find them. I was wanting to go do that. But as for the idea that you won a debate a single time against Lonerbox, I would somewhat doubt that. But as for saying you won twice, it's like, well, I don't know if he would let some random person at your level win a debate against him,
Well, I'm
but
not a
he
random person. I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer.
but, but like if you told me you won a debate against him once, I would doubt it. You tell me you win against him twice, I instantly fucking believe it. I don't know if he would let uh or wait. Oh well, it looked like you had 10 in chat or whatever. I guess you have a bigger channel than I thought, but I would somewhat doubt that he just loses a debate easily, maybe. But as for would he lose a debate? Cope, and then lose a debate against the same guy and cope more.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Did you say lose a debate against the same guy?
yeah, like say, yeah, I 100% believe that guy would lose a debate to somebody twice in a row and
Yes.
cope and see about it.
I mean,
At
I
one
believe Lonerbox is a reasonable, logical person. If he hears arguments that speak to him and he
somewhat,
decides,
yeah,
well,
he's
you
somewhat
know what?
reasonable.
You're right. This it's true. What you're saying is true. Then it's sort of a
What is it?
victory on my end, and he can accept it. And when we can talk again, and he can say once again, well, listen, you're putting a very reasonable case. I don't see any objections to that case, and that's not all debates
Well,
have to
that's
be
cool.
brutal, mean spirited, insult slinging.
That's actually even better. I could also see him uh, getting in that situation. Um, so, but yeah, but what were you even debating with him about?
Uh, the first time I was debating him about when the Holocaust started, and the second debate was about, among other things, whether or not it was a review of a debate that he had earlier, and among other,
You de- you
yeah,
debated with him about when the Holocaust started. I
yeah,
could have swore I heard him talking about accidentally tricking President Sunday into saying the Holocaust is not a policy. Is that in any way related to that?
no, it's not.
No.
No,
Oh, what was the
it's
other debate?
completely unrelated. The newer one was me discussing with him a debate that he had with, I believe, Kevin Logan, and I discussed with him Kevin Logan, yeah, and I
Okay.
discussed with him what constitutes and what doesn't constitute a war crime, and I put forward a case
Huh.
that, for example, Israel cutting off energy, electricity from Gaza constituted a war crime.
So what exactly is the argument that doing that is not a war crime? Like, uh,
Well, the argument that it's not a war crime is that it sort of targets specific military installations that need electricity to function.
um, okay. So if I drop a bomb on a military target
Mhm.
and there's collateral damage, that's not a war crime either. I don't get it. That sounds like a
Yes,
dumb argument.
that is actually a very often put forward argument. Yes, that is why that is how Israel actually excuses bombing Gaza by saying that Hamas has um weapons or whatever missiles, etc. in um you know in infrastructure
Yeah.
that's civilian. Yeah, that is how Israel does excuse it. Yes.
Yeah, you should hear how people defend the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's really rich.
Hmm. So yeah, I guess. So I guess you will agree then that Trump actually did not win that debate, right? He did not win
Or
logically on many points because we couldn't even get too many points. We discussed barely
um
two. Like you agreed that on
hmm.
foreign policy, Ukraine, etc., he just wasn't
Oh,
very good.
I never really set out to defend him on foreign policy. Like how he's done with foreign policy, like I like some of his foreign policy moves, like killing Salami and the Rocket Man thing. But as for his discussion of foreign policy in this debate,
Yeah.
like what even is there to be said about that shit?
Oh, there's a
I
lot to be
mean,
said about it. There's a lot of criticism to be had, actually.
well, I mean, just like what I mean is by what is there even to be said about that shit? Um, like it doesn't feel like he's even trying that hard with some of this stuff.
That's to his detriment. He should be trying. He's a
Yeah,
presidential candidate in a debate.
like I mean, the worst part of his performance in that debate was admitting to the fact he didn't uh, talk to JD Vance enough. He didn't talk to his own running mate enough.
Oh yeah, that's
And
sort of throwing his vice president under the bus. Agreed. But that just
and
makes him look even worse. That just.
wouldn't be the first fucking time he threw his vice president under the
It
bus.
wouldn't,
His own
but.
supporters, his own supporters called for Mike Pence to be hanged.
That's right. You're correct.
I mean, that's
Yeah. So I mean, we discussed the abortion topic. We discussed, I think, the.
Him
Go ahead.
him calling this a second term for a second term for Kamala, which that sort of thing can be an open trolling talking point to an extent. Anyway, so I
I mean,
think
by that
I think maybe
logic,
that's
let me ask you this, all right? How many terms has Biden had?
how many terms has he had?
Yeah.
Well, there you fucking go. There's another thing with that. He had he was in the Obama administration, although that's a different situation in a couple of ways. Like he didn't run right after
That's
Obama,
irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the number of terms
right? Irrelevant to the
by
actual
Trump's
question.
logic.
I'm explaining how it's which if you were to ask Trump himself, um, which I heard Trump loves the Polish, so maybe you could get him on. He might lay out the logic a little differently, but as far as I can see it, it's a little bit different in a way.
Yeah, but
Biden
still,
had
by that logic,
hang
should.
on,
Yeah.
let me finish.
Okay.
Biden had two terms as vice president,
Mm-hmm.
and one term as president
Okay.
officially.
Yeah.
Biden was never like actually the comparison there makes it totally flip flop. So I don't think Trump would say that Biden was the secret mastermind behind the Obama administration and Kamala is the secret mastermind behind the Biden administration at the same time. And it's Kamala, the current vice president, running for president. Um, so there's a direct line from a direct line where you could say this is a continuation of the same administration in a
Well,
sort of way.
that's
Um,
irrelevant. That's irrelevant because it's not her
it's not.
term as
It's
the
not.
president. So that's completely
Well, it's
irrelevant.
it's not irrelevant to the logic here.
It's that's
Um,
the logic is faulty, so it is irrelevant.
well,
Like
that's
if Biden had
all right.
anybody in his
Wait, wait.
cabinet that would suddenly run for president, would you say that
Do
this
you,
person's re-elected?
well, hang on. You the disagreeing with the claim being made doesn't mean we can just attribute logically fallacious
Well,
positions
it's
that
not that
weren't made
it's logically
to the
fallacious.
claim.
It's just that the logic does not work because of the nature of what vice presidency entails.
Disagreeing with the conclusion.
No, it's not disagreeing with the
So,
conclusion. It's disagreeing with the entire premise. There's a
all right,
difference there.
so Kamala Harris. All right, all right. Let's go step by step with this.
Okay, let's
Kamala Harris is the vice president, correct?
yes, which means she's not the president. It's an important thing to
Right,
establish.
right. So she is officially the vice president.
Yes.
Let's say you believe in a fucking conspiracy theory where she's actually acting as the secret president, and then
Well,
she's running.
I don't believe in that conspiracy theory, and even if anybody did, they would need evidence to prove it.
Okay, they would need evidence to prove it or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well,
But
that's
you
pretty.
disagree.
This
All right, so
that's a pretty crucial
You
part.
don't agree with the. Okay, you don't agree with the conspiracy theory.
No.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's say I do. Let's say I do believe in the conspiracy theory.
Okay.
So because you think I'm wrong about this,
Yes.
because you think I'm wrong about this,
Mm-hmm.
you just get to say whatever you want about. So because I think that
Yes.
something's wrong,
Just because I
because I
think.
think that something's wrong, it uh, be, just because I say something you think is wrong now you can attribute the position to me that I think the moon's made of cheese or something. I'm genuinely
Yes,
confused with this.
yes, yes. Literally, yes. If just because
I,
I don't
I,
believe your
I don't think it
conspiracy
works.
theory that Kamala Harris is secretly running the country as the secret president, yes, that actually means that you cannot just say that Kamala is getting 4 more years and that she's reelected. Yes. It is
All
you
right.
might
Well,
as well if you
if
say
you
that
disagree
Kamala
with the conclusion,
Harris if you let me finish the thing. If you say
sure.
that Kamala Harris is secretly the real president of the United States and you have no evidence to prove it, then you might as well say that the moon is made of cheese.
Well, that's not what I meant. So, all
So,
right. So here's a claim.
yes.
So here's two claims that you're trying to put together in the same box, and I just
Okay.
want to explain why I don't think this works.
Yeah.
All right. Claim one:
Mhm.
Biden is totally mentally incapacitated,
He's not.
and Kamala is effectively the president now.
Well, he's not incapacitated.
Claim two. All right. Well, you disagree with that.
Yeah.
That doesn't fucking matter for what I'm talking about. All
Okay.
right. Claim two: Joe Biden was the secret president during the Obama administration, and he already had 3 terms as the acting president. These two, I just think this contradicts or whatever. I mean, you weren't exactly. I mean, like, so if Trump makes the one claim that Kamala was the acting president or is the acting president now, like I, like that means he's seeing it as a different thing than Biden, who was the vice president getting elected.
I'm sorry, just because Trump has some delusions about Kamala Harris being some secret president, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't mean that he should be saying that publicly. Wouldn't you agree?
That's all right. Well, that's a different discussion a little bit, but
From what? He's saying that she's getting four
um,
more years, that she's reelected.
all right. Well, that's somewhat moves back to the original thing. As for how politically effective is this, or
Lying?
whatever,
I mean, at that
or
point, you
well, I
might
mean,
as well make a point that a presidential candidate should just
he
say
could he could
anything.
to, he could to an extent believe it, and there is some evidence you could point to with
Okay,
this.
what's the evidence? Point it.
The absolute state of Joe Biden.
What absolute state of Joe Biden? He's absolutely coherent in many of his speeches. He conducts policy. He does things. It's that you really need to point to me evidence that he is completely incapacitated beyond just saying that he is.
Well, this is well, there is well, it's evidence that
And
is
what?
convincing to some people.
Sorry.
So, well, so I might not have just proved it to you or whatever, but if the evidence is convincing enough to someone who says it, the
What
person saying
evidence?
it isn't lying. I mean, like
What
there, there's
and
been
the evidence
there,
evidence
there's
convincing to the one to saying you mean Trump?
there's been numerous times of like Joe Biden falling apart. As for
There's
times
been
where,
numerous times
as
when
for times
Trump
where
fell
he,
apart. He
well,
just bounced back better.
okay, somewhat. Well, somewhat I would say it's different though
No,
with Trump.
it's basically the same.
How many times? A lot of the times it is at least similar.
Yeah, it
But
is.
some of Trump being crazy or whatever is less of him falling apart and more so him just being Trump, kind of. I don't know how else to
I mean,
say
he
it.
did this. He made the same fumbles as Biden. He mistook names of places, people, etc. He just bounced back from it better. He just pretended that it didn't
Right.
happen and moved on.
Well, having bounced
And
back
Biden
from
would
it
stop,
better.
try to correct himself, and fumble because unlike Biden,
Well, I'm not all the way
Trump just
talking
doesn't care.
about.
He just moves on because he doesn't care if what he says is nonsense or a lie. That's the difference. That's
That is
what
somewhat still
makes
being better put
that's what makes
together. But
Biden's mistakes more visible. Is that Trump just doesn't care about them and moves on.
right. But either way, I wasn't really talking about him messing up on the name of something. Like I saw one thing where Joe Biden called Zelensky Putin,
Yeah, that's the
and
name. That's the mistake of the
then
names.
immediately
Trump.
corrected.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm referring to, and I think it's somewhat unfair for people to
Okay.
attack him over that. Like that mistaking the name of something, that's something people do that there's nothing wrong with them. People do that all the time.
All right.
Um, like with that, I mean that's part of the reason, that's part of the problem with our democratic system. Not to suggest that I'm proposing an alternative or some fucking shit, but people um, express their rights to vote and whatnot, acting in an incredibly unserious manner. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm less sure now thinking about it, but that might have been the thing that caused him to end up dropping out of the race
Okay.
is calling Zelensky Putin,
So
even though
what are
that's
you
actually
referring to
the
then when
good
you
thing.
say that Biden's falling apart? Because his
Oh,
policy is pretty solid. His
yeah,
a lot of the
like the
things that he's
fucking
doing.
corn pop story and shit.
I'm
Him
sorry.
going
What?
on for like the corn pop story and shit. Him going on for like 5 whole ass minutes, saying some random weird shit out of fucking nowhere that stacks into like a big ramble of nonsense.
What do you mean?
With Trump saying random weird shit, that seems to be him throwing out a crazy lie or him genuinely believing some whatever shit. He's just throwing out wacky claims, which could say what there is to be said about that. And there's plenty of moments of Trump having some rather odd moments, certainly.
Well, yeah, that's
But
his every speech.
some of what I'm, but to answer your question of what I'm talking about, it's like Biden, Biden expressing a level of being senile and a certain amount of fucking confusion, basically. Like, it,
And
for
but
one
that's
thing,
because again, that goes
for
back to
him wandering.
that goes back to what I said. Biden cares about what he says. He puts weight to what he says and what he does. And Trump simply doesn't. When Trump says nonsense or fumbles or gets confused, he just doesn't care. He just moves on because he doesn't care.
Well, so Biden at some point addressed the corn pop story and made a serious thing about this and stuff.
Sorry, come again?
Hello?
Yes? Come
So
again?
so when Biden talked about the corn pop thing, like I don't know that there's I don't know that there's exactly an analogy
What was the corn pop?
analogous. I don't think I haven't if Trump had a straight up guy named Corn Pop moment, I don't think I've seen it, or at least I don't recall. Um,
Biden says he faced off gang leader and armed with a razor blade in 1962, a former president. Is that what you're referring to?
there's a guy named Corn Pop. I had hairy legs, cockroaches. Yeah, like I believe that he was saying some weird shit at multiple points.
Oh yeah, that Trump does actually the equivalent of this all the time. He did it in the debate when he said that immigrant prisoners are getting trans surgeries. Wouldn't you say that it's an equivalent?
That is not comparable.
It's
That
yeah,
it
it's
could be,
worse. It's actually
or
worse.
that's not the same thing.
Yeah, I know the Trump thing is
I
worse.
already drew the distinction. Like like maybe that's true, and I don't know. I would have to look into that, but
Yeah.
like a wacky claim, I already drew the distinction between wacky claims Trump
No, it's
makes
not a
and
wacky
the corn
claim.
pop
It's a
story.
claim that attacks directly certain groups, certain things. It's not just a wacky claim. That's the
Dude,
if you think that it's just a wacky claim, then I don't know what to tell you. It's a wacky claim that attacks certain groups of people, trans people, immigrants. I'm sorry, it's not just a wacky claim. It was a claim directly and sort of thought of to fearmonger against certain groups of people, to fearmonger about trans surgery and fearmonger about immigration at the same time in one sentence. In a rambly old man way, because he sort of thought, he sort of jumbled up trans surgeries with immigration for some weird reason. I'm sorry? I cannot hear you anymore. You're distant and quiet. He did say that during the debate, Desidero. Yes. He did say that. People joked about it quite a lot, actually. Getting some gangster's name wrong from 50 years ago or more is nothing to the stuff Trump is saying. Yeah. You're not audible anymore. What's wrong? Technical issues. Technical issues. So how is everybody in the how are the President Sunday Raiders
all right.
enjoying the debate?
Right. You say that what Trump is saying is worse, and
Yeah.
therefore it is not a wacky claim. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm
You're
sorry,
testing
what?
my god.
I'm not bro.
You're testing my goddamn patience, picking on phrasing.
Hey, can you
Earlier,
okay, hold, slow down and repeat everything that you've just said.
I said that when Trump brought up the eating pets things,
Mm-hmm.
I said that was a bit random. You said no, it wasn't a bit random. It was very random. That is my least favorite goddamn thing people do. Is say is argue minute shit and then say the exact
But
same thing. That's
it wasn't as random
that
as
is
it was. Once
absolute
again, it was an
goddamn bullshit.
attempt to attack a certain group of people through a lie.
Yeah, okay. Well, it came out of nowhere. That's like kind of what I meant by a
It
bit
didn't come out
random.
of nowhere. It is part of his broader attack on immigration, which he does over and over and over again. All the topics in the debate he brought to immigration. And that was just another
Right.
example. Immigrants eat
Sure.
pets. That was just an extension of his entire argument throughout the debate. It wasn't random at all.
I see what you mean there, like calling it part of a pattern. So not necessarily truly random, but it just felt random. Like
Yeah,
it
because it
just
was
sort of came out.
stupid. That's why it felt
It,
random, because it
it
was
came,
extremely
came, came
stupid.
came out of nowhere. Even if there is any truth to it, it's not presented very well. He didn't do very well to try to back it up. Immediately, Kamala laughed at him for much of the debate. When I was watching it,
Oh
it
yeah,
looked like she felt sorry for him and was crying for him.
yeah,
Um,
because he's showing himself to be an old rambly man. Yeah,
but
talking about
but
pets being
wacky
eaten, children being aborted after abortion, and prisoners being turned into different gender.
to me, Trump making a wacky claim, and yes, a wacky claim can be targeted at a group. Like another thing I would call a wacky claim is like, I don't know, the Jews control this and that or whatever. That's targeting a group. That's a wacky claim. There's not a contradiction here.
Well, it's also a
You even
dangerous
said
claim.
you even said wacky, dangerous. Those are synonyms, pretty
Those are
much.
not synonyms.
Um,
Wacky can be just silly and
in
funny.
this context,
Dangerous
it's
can lead
synonym.
to dangerous repercussions and results. Not all wacky claims lead to uh, dangerous results.
Yeah, but like in this sort of context, like we're talking about just create dangerous shit as dangerous claims, wacky claims, people saying dangerous shit, or sorry, people saying crazy shit. But
Well,
like
no.
Trump making a
If Trump said that the moon is made out of cheese, that would be a wacky claim. but it would not be a dangerous claim.
I disagree. Him lying about the geology of a body that orbits us and
So,
much of the
what
American public
repercussions would it
believing it.
have in the
I'm
real
just kidding.
world? Okay.
I'm just joking. But 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 Trump but Trump making, like, whether or not, whether it's worse, the consequences of it or whatever, if we're talking about the physical well-being of comparing the two presidential candidates, well, Biden's not in the race anymore, but either way, um, if Trump says when Trump says something that's weird versus when Biden says something that's weird, Trump says the thing faster is a big difference. Trump says they're eating the corn pop story and things like that. It appears that Biden doesn't is not aware of when he's starting and stopping.
So it's just
Um,
prosthetics. You just perceive Trump as being. It doesn't mean that he actually is. Trump makes as much mistakes as Biden did. He just ignores it and powers on because he doesn't care about what he says.
I'm not all the way talking about mistakes, but rather just how it appears, how it like largely appears
Yeah,
that
because again, he doesn't
Biden is
care.
not right. But but Trump intentionally lying is different than somebody appearing to not know where they are and shit.
Well, you just said it yourself, appearing not to know. Just because someone's more thoughtful and thinks about what they're doing, and the other person doesn't, it doesn't mean that the one is more cognitive than the other.
Yeah, I guess we pretty much agree on this. Then I don't know.
All right then. So, any other points that you think Trump won against Kamala Harris in the debate, logically speaking?
Um, just for fun, how about if I try to defend the "oh she's black now" thing? That's really fucking stupid. Let's try to play devil's advocate for that. So when Kamala Harris talks about her race at all, this is dividing the American public, and she's openly promoting racism, and
Sorry,
she's
what?
baiting people into being white supremacists. I'm playing devil's advocate, but let's see. How much could I actually defend? How far could I go in actually trying to defend that at all?
Not far.
Um, Trump at no point said Trump never talks about his race. He never said, I'm not actually orange. I am in fact a white person. We never had moments like that. He's not running on the fact that he is white.
Kamala
I
Harris is
guess I
not
could
running on the
honestly do
fact that
that
she's black.
somewhat. Um, Either way, and I was just playing devil's advocate just for fun.
Okay.
It wouldn't really win either person that much, but to some extent there is that. Like Obama ran. I'm not being the first black person to be president, and I guess she's sort of maybe going with some of the woman of color thing or whatever. More so running on the woman thing than the of color thing. So there's that. But like, uh, if she, but if she believes in what she's doing and she believes she can do a lot of good for the country, and she uses the glass ceiling shit to win, it's not you can't criticize her that much if it works and if she thinks she can do good with it.
But
But you could
she's not
honestly go
focusing
there.
on her race in this campaign. That's not her.
Focusing on the race in the campaign, not too much, no. And again, there's just devil's
Yeah, so
advocate.
she's not running on the
I would
fact
not
that she's
say that
black, in other words.
but like somewhat more so the woman thing. But but with that, if Trump is being perceived as a misogynist and he's running against the first female president
I mean, he's a
and
misogynist.
and
That's
he ran.
undeniable. That's just fact.
Well, even if it were completely false, still in terms of, but yeah, whatever, sure. Like with him running against Hillary, so that she was trying to run as a first female president. There was that. Her being Kamala being first female president is like part of. So if they're going with round two
I
for
mean,
that, and she's just a better candidate, um, you know, if you could say she's running more so on being a woman
she's
or
not.
leaning on that,
She's no,
there could
no.
be.
She's not. She's not leaning on that.
Well, I said if I would say at this point she's not necessarily, but there was maybe some of that being a valid criticism early on with them not having with their website not laying out their policies early on and shit like that.
I mean, if anything,
Um,
she more runs on having experience as an attorney, if anything, than being a woman or black.
um, well, I mean, I'm not sure she's going to win on the legal experience card because, like, Trump has a lot of experience with getting
Yeah,
sued.
in breaking the law. That's right. And
Yeah.
she has a lot of experience in catching criminals. So it's like a match made in heaven.
so, so the Trump saying to Hillary "you in jail" thing, Uno reverse card.
I mean, the difference is that Trump actually broke the law. He's convicted, a
Well, I
felon.
mean, Hillary did a bunch of illegal shit and everything, but um,
Well, he's convicted.
but like,
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
okay, right.
Very
Well,
pretty eyes.
there is perhaps
Yeah,
like that
I heard
difference, which
that
you could say it
compliment.
was like politically motivated by he didn't get uh convicted and everything. But
Can you
yeah,
repeat? Because you
which
started breaking up.
I
You started
another
breaking up.
thing based on that. So Trump is now a convicted felon. Uh, Anybody was even calling him racist, which I guess with the Central Park Five thing, there was a little bit of that. But people were barely even calling racist before he ran for president,
Oh no,
much of like
people
the
were
rap
calling him.
community
No,
was
that's
rejecting
not true. People who were calling him racist for a
a little
long
bit.
time.
Well,
That's not true.
I just clarified. Like just like less of it anyway, significantly less of it. People like like hardly anybody thought of, oh, Donald Trump that racist. There was a little bit of people calling him racist for a few things,
You mean
but
before
the overwhelming
2016 or?
yeah, before 2016, before
Yeah,
him
that's
even
because he
running for
was not in the
president.
public eye before that as much.
Right, exactly, yeah. So before before that, hardly anyone was even thinking, oh, Donald Trump racist. Even the people who thought of him as a racist or whatever weren't like calling him a white
Oh
nationalist and
wait, he
shit.
was apparently
Really,
sued in court for being a racist in the 1970s. So I guess that's not true
there
either.
there was that, but with that, the overwhelming discussion of Trump was not about him being a racist.
Well, yeah, that's
He
because he
got
wasn't in the
away.
public eye as much. His racism wasn't as
Yes,
much on display, but he
exactly.
was still sued
Yes,
for being a racist.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly that. Then people didn't even think of Donald Trump as a racist that much. He got away with so
Can you do
people
something
in
about?
political office. People, hang on. People in political office all over the place get away with so much corruption. People get into office and they use this to insulate themselves from legal trouble. Donald Trump got elected president, and this made him a convicted felon, and everyone hates him and shit.
I'm sorry. What? Wait, I'm sorry. Could you?
This compa-
What did you just say? That him being elected made him a convicted
he got into trouble after getting into office,
He
while
was in trouble
everybody else
before.
gets out
He
of
was sued in
trouble.
court for being a racist in the 1970s. We just established that. He was
That
in
was
trouble
bad,
before.
but never got convicted of a crime until like recently or whatever. Usually, people. What I'm saying is, usually people use their political power to get themselves out of trouble.
Well,
Him
he did.
pursuing
He gave
political office
himself
brought him
immunity
in.
via the Supreme
Hang on.
Court, didn't he?
Well, there was some of that shit going on, but even with that as something to work with, while others used their political power to get themselves out of trouble, Donald Trump used the pursuit of political power to get himself into trouble. What a
That just means he's
dumbass.
stupid. But that's.
Yeah, yeah, that's my whole point.
Oh. Oh, I guess we agree. Yeah, he is stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I I don't know what point you thought I was trying to make. You were like interrupting me on me saying that you were like, hey, wait a minute, this thing you're saying, which happens a bunch, but someone want to ask you some general questions. So,
Okay.
how'd you start streaming? How'd you start streaming and shit?
Well, I decided that while I was in the Riley Grace Rochon community, I decided I wanted to start streaming, and I just did.
You decided what now?
There was a person in whose community I used to be, and then I just started streaming. At first, it wasn't political or historical, but then the, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin decided to invade Ukraine, said a whole bunch of historically incorrect things, and I've decided that I should expand my content into history because a lot of people, to
Hmm.
my shock, actually believed what he said in his speech right before the invasion. A lot of people I heard
What?
said that it was actually reasonable, that the historical claims were actually sounded fair enough, which shook me so hard that I decided that before I was not very confident in actually talking about history on stream or publicly, but that sort of shook me into believing, well, maybe I should talk about history a bit more.
Vladimir Putin's historical claims,
Yeah.
or so him saying that he has the right to invade Crimea over certain things. And the one person I was talking about that made some claims, this one guy, Ivan the Heathen, something he has discussed that's related to a lot of this is um, developments. He talked about this in a recent video.
Who? I'm
Developments
sorry, who?
in
Who?
Ukraine. Ivan the Heathen.
Who is Ivan the Heathen?
Someone
Is
who,
that a content creator?
yeah.
Oh,
Um,
I'll come up.
Yeah, he's one of these people who uploads hour-long videos every 3 months at best or whatever, one of those. But what he was talking about is like something he mentioned was talking about, and somebody got assassinated over this, really fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
The developments to make Ukrainian more of an actual language distinct from Russian and
Ukrainian is
other
already a
related
distinct
things.
language from Russian. You don't have to make it more distinct from Russian. It already is very distinct. Polish and Ukrainian are
Right,
more similar to one another than Russian and Ukrainian.
right. But
I would know. I
doing
am
things
Polish.
right. Yeah, I know you're Polish. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, you said you were like the most popular
The biggest Polish
Polish
transpolitical
political
streamer,
streamer,
yes.
which which I thought you were like just a small gaming channel from the look of it, but
I mean,
cool.
I do politics and history. I covered the Ukrainian war.
All right. So, but like doing some, or which, unless I misheard it, but doing further developments to make Ukrainian more distinct. I mean,
No, it was
and
to prioritize. It was to prioritize
and more
Ukrainian
people,
over Russian, and it's not the same. There were laws to
or
prioritize
maybe
the
it was just
use
that,
of
but I thought,
Ukrainian. Okay.
well, that, but I thought also um, some development on the language to further make it more, but yeah, maybe there's like
Okay, can
some
you
words
repeat
that
everything?
overlap and
You were breaking up. Can you repeat everything that you just said?
sorry. Like I maybe misheard or misremembered, but I thought there was also like some discussion of like also making it even more distinct. Maybe it
No.
was just prioritizing the use of the language, and maybe I
Yes, it
misheard
was.
it
It
before.
was the law that would require
Okay.
office workers to first speak Ukrainian and, if asked, switch to other languages. Same in restaurants and in many other places. It was about prioritizing making uh, the number one language in Ukraine actually Ukrainian. But Ukrainian is already a distinct language. It's already good as it is. It does not need any changes to become more distinct from Russian because it already is distinct enough. As well, by the way, as much as it's similar to Polish, Ukrainian is also a distinct language from Polish.
And do you also and so do you speak Russian, Polish, and Ukrainian?
I speak Polish, a bit of Ukrainian. I don't speak much Russian. Like
Right.
I
Okay.
just
Okay.
understand a lot of Ukrainian because we share about 70% vocabulary.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of overlap in words like taco in English is just talk shit like that.
Uh, I guess something like that, yeah.
Hmm. So you said you were part of somebody else's streamer community to begin with that. So so a question about that. So how would so
Hmm.
why did you get extensively involved in someone else's community and stuff? Who was that? And what's the deal with all that?
Oh, you're asking me why I became part of someone else's community because I was sort of exploring my trans identity and I joined a trans content creators community.
Oh, trans identity. I didn't know you were trans or whatever,
You
but
didn't know I was
okay.
trans, even though I 5 times said I am the biggest Polish trans streamer.
Maybe I didn't hear that right. I just heard like just biggest political Polish streamers. So you're the biggest Polish trans political streamer, but
Yes.
not necessarily the biggest political Polish streamer overall, just
No,
the
no,
biggest
not the
trans
biggest.
one.
Yes, yes, correct.
Oh, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So like much of your early involvement in online politics stuff was to do with trans whatever, and then
Yeah,
all right, and you still get into a bunch of that a bunch,
I'm sorry.
or and you still discuss
Trans
gender
topics.
issues or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. When it comes up
Yeah.
and it's relevant, then yeah, I will discuss it. Yeah. What is
Huh.
your position on trans issues while we're at it?
I don't know. Depends on the trans issue.
Okay.
I get
Puberty blockers for children.
not like super into that. Not super into transition kids in any sort
Well,
of
puberty
way.
blockers don't
But
transition children in any way, so that's not really.
well, puberty, well, it can be a step in it or whatever.
It
Maybe
can,
maybe I
but
like have
children
to.
can just decide that they don't want to transition and get off the blockers.
I would maybe have to look more into some of it. Um, but like I think there's some potential for harm and stuff. I guess I don't know, but like I've heard there's also like reasons for putting kids on puberty blockers that's not related to trans stuff.
That's true.
As for like blocking puberty and then worrying about it later, like like there's plenty of trans people who aren't in favor of that. I don't know if you're saying you're in favor of that or whatever, but
I think it's good. Yeah, I
either
think it's good.
well either way, I've seen pretty decent for transitions without any of that shit.
Oh, there are many people that
Um,
didn't have puberty blockers and then suffered a lot in adulthood because certain changes happened to their bodies that they would
there
be
can
much
be that
happier
you.
without.
I think maybe it's just case by case basis.
Do you
I would
think
say
I would have
perhaps if
benefited
you,
from puberty blockers?
I don't know, maybe you'd be better looking or some fucking shit. I don't know, but I would say that's the right level of analysis. Somewhat is like if you say that you personally would have been better off with that, you can claim for you. It can be somewhat immoral to try to promote that everybody just try this shit or whatever. I've said I've seen cases where where there's been pretty decent transitions without any shit like this
So you
pre-puberty or
basically
anything.
play roulette with people's lives
Hang on,
because.
I'm not done with my sentence. I'm not done with my sentence.
Okay.
I've seen plenty of cases where nobody need that shit or anything, but I've seen a case or two where they did go on it early and and it like seemed to turn out pretty well. Like this one chick that I've seen around who's trans, born male trans. They were on puberty blockers and then they got the hormones at like 14 and now they're doing pretty well sort of,
Are they a content creator?
but um yeah, but the kind of content they make we probably shouldn't discuss
Okay.
here, but I either way, I would say largely that should be the kind of thing you decide for you or whatever.
Yeah, but
As for
are you saying that
encouraging, as
most?
for encouraging,
Are you saying that most trans women would not benefit from puberty blockers? That most trans women just uh, I will use
maybe
the term
most of them don't need.
pass flawlessly without sort of.
Maybe most of them don't need it or whatever. But for that, as for my subjective opinion on how good looking you are, like
Mm-hmm.
it can be questioned how relevant that even is, considering a lot of biological women don't pass per se or whatever. Again, if you largely you mostly speak for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like so there could be problems with advocating for or against what parent like moral issues like if I just said that that all trying to legislate that everybody who is trans or thinks they're trans or non-binary or whatever should be given the gender affirming care whatever. There could be issues with that in the sense that um it, it just has like what's good for one person is not necessarily the answer for another.
Wait, so what do you think
And like
of?
with
Yeah.
well, hang on, one more thing. With this specifically, um, you might be like as well as whatever hormones, you might think you're better off getting bottom surgery or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's plenty of trans women and whatnot that don't want to pursue that.
That's true.
And in this regard, promoting a lot of this kind of shit to children with the parents or whoever with them not all the way being able to make the decision for themselves, um there's problems with that. So I would say I in pretty much every case lean towards making a lot of these sorts of decisions as adults or whatever.
Oh, keep in
I
mind
can I
that.
do
Yeah. Can I?
or
Can I step in?
I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out on that, but just to continue on to clarify more,
Okay.
I do understand that there could be some difficulty with like if I were basically trans, however harder that could make um make how much harder that could make my life, which I don't know that makes everybody's life harder, but uh, if I was trans and wasn't able to pursue shit with that,
Yeah.
it maybe not doing anything to affirm that during my teenage years, um, like could potentially. So there's like some whatever with that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So can
so
I step in for a moment and comment on what you
go
just
ahead.
said? Well, I do. You have to remember when it comes to puberty blockers, these are not just decisions made by children and even parents made in a vacuum. You have doctors involved, psychologists involved that sort of observe the children and talk with them and then decide if puberty blockers is the best course forward for them. So, what would you say about situations in
That
which
doesn't make it a
doctors?
fundamentally different question in
It
any way. That's
does.
that's
It
that's a means,
does. Because you said
as
that
far as I can tell.
children
Well, or
making.
maybe it does,
Hold
depending on what you
on.
mean.
Hold on. You said that
Depends
it's
on what you
about.
mean, but go ahead.
It's listen, you said that it's about children not being able to make decisions for themselves, but it's not just children making the decisions for themselves. It's doctors evaluating their mental state, their emotional state, and whether or not that's the best options for them. Those are the best options for them. So, how would you feel about legislator banning puberty blockers across the board, even though doctors themselves would say that it's a preferable treatment for them?
As for banning it, I haven't really come to a conclusion on that, so I'm gonna maybe not answer a little bit if that's fine. But like with the doctors, that that can like help people be more informed or some shit. But a doctor could also be one of the potential people that could be uh manip. Well,
So are you
I
against
don't want to say
psychologists and
manipulative
psychiatrists?
in
Are
the
you
sense
against
of
psychiatrists
prescribing malice
prescribing
broadly.
antidepressants then?
I'm largely against antidepressants. Yeah, like that I think is like a lot of the antidepressant stuff is like more harmful than any change stuff or
Can
whatever.
you
But
elaborate on
anyway,
that?
um, like people like having a lot of issues with Xanax and shit. But
Well, yeah, but Xanax is not the
um,
only option that exists. Like, you get.
sure, but to get back more to the point, with with that, I'm gonna need some water.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, what were we talking about? Like the puberty. Right. Hang on. So if I'm a doctor and I'm talking to a kid about whatever puberty blockers I want to put them on or whatever,
Wait,
um,
sorry. Yeah, okay. The doctor decides that puberty blockers
the
are
the, the,
a good.
doc, the doctor could have a bias towards their own monetary incentive, and there could be a
Well,
few
you could
other
say that about any sort
purity
of
blocks.
treatment, which would make you just against
Yeah,
medical
to
treatment
an
in
extent,
general.
yeah. To an extent, yeah, and to an extent, there is some of
Do
those
you
problems
really
in them,
need that
perhaps.
bypass surgery for your heart? Maybe it's just the doctor's, monetary incentive guiding them.
But with that, yeah, there could be potential issues with that. Like as for this, it's not because of that. You couldn't just say, okay, um, the puberty blocker doctors are drug dealers, therefore we should ban the whole practice or whatever. You would have to like go far. You would have to, if that were someone the case, somebody wanted to make raw, all their work, some of their work would still be whatever. Um, but with a child dealing with difficult shit and adults being having influence over them that could sway them in a way that goes wrong. a doctor could be part of that in a couple of ways and
I mean, a
stuff.
doctor could have an
So,
anti-trans
so,
bias as well.
hang on. So, so essentially, a doctor is not a magical solution to people being highly fallible as children. But
So then, are you
um,
against all medical
yeah.
treatment for children?
I didn't say that,
Oh, you sort of
and I
did,
didn't even.
because children are
Well,
very
no, I
vulnerable,
didn't.
and a
I
doctor
I
can
didn't.
have
I
financial
didn't even.
incentive when it
Well, hang
comes
on.
to any sort of treatment, not just puberty blockers. It could
Well,
be any
first
sort
of
of
all,
surgery. It could be
in a
any
lot
sort
of
of,
medical treatments for children, other than this stuff, those sorts of issues do pop up. Secondly, that
yeah.
I'm like me saying that doesn't mean that me saying this
I'm sorry. What?
whatever.
You broke up. Can you
I'm
repeat?
sorry. Like first of all,
Yeah.
like problems with doctors having an influence on a child's decision making with medical practice, unrelated trans issues, that going wrong, that is a thing that happens.
So should that
Second
be
of
banned
all,
then?
like no, but like second of all, this isn't to say that you shouldn't do this or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this can be true, and it's something to be weighed in your decision on this sort of stuff. Just simply saying a doctor, knowing what they know or whatever, doctor can still be wrong. Like a doctor, uh, trying to use a doctor to aid in your decision making does not erase the issue of a child's fallibility and such. And it's an adult having influence over the decision
But that's true over any
and
kind of
so
procedure for a child.
yes. Yes. Um
So it's not anything
but like
special for
but
puberty
as
blockers.
ever getting a doctor involved being generally helpful or something or whatever, sure. But just throwing it out there that the situation remains the same, that you have um the issue of giving a child medical care or whatever you want to call this,
It's medical care,
um
yeah.
but that's not really making any kind of strong claim on anything,
It is,
just sort of responding
actually.
to what you're talking about with the
Oh.
doctor. But
So are you in
I,
favor or not in favor of puberty blockers being given to children at the end of the day? Okay, now I cannot hear you at all. Now it seems like I hear whispers in the wind of echoes of what you're trying to say to me.
Uh, Hello.
Hello.
Let's see. Sorry that. Oh,
Don't just come into a person's debate. I'm gonna kick you
sorry.
out.
all right. So
Well, I'm
I
gonna leave.
all right. Well, I guess in total, I guess I'm not really advocating be banned across the board. Like, like I said, there was this one person who was on that for a bit, and then they were put on hormones or straight up estrogen for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Which there was some weird, which that whole situation of them was weird. Their like father was also turning trans at the same time.
I'm
That
sorry.
just some of
Can
that
you
seems to be
repeat the
like,
entire situation to me, because you're breaking up? I cannot. I I didn't catch almost any of that. There was someone who transitioned. Their parent was trans. I just.
yeah, the father and or which like father and son turning to his mother treat his daughter. Like there was some weird stuff in the situation or whatever and
So there
everything,
was
but
a weird situation,
um,
but do you think a
I don't
weird
know. But
situation should
anyway.
dictate medical consensus and procedure?
Well, no, it being a weird situation, I'm not even saying dictates anything, fucking anything,
Okay.
but just saying it is a weird situation,
So
sort of.
a
But
weird situation happened,
either
but
way, Yeah, yes. Either way, that was an instance where it sort of seemed like their life turned out okay. I guess I don't know, but but as for like more broadly stuff on this, um, it it would it would depend on what we're talking about more specifically. As for like
We're talking about giving
banning puberty,
children puberty blockers. That is what we're
well,
talking about
but it
specifically.
would still depend on what you mean by children. If we're like, if that just means anyone who is
Pre-puberty,
a minor,
people that are
then
pre-puberty, puberty blockers block puberty. We're specifically talking about children that have not undergone puberty yet. It's actually a pretty specific thing.
all right. Well, how young do you think it's okay to prescribe that? I mean, to an extent, like if you put a 2-year-old on it or something
All right
that it
before
really has
puberty
nothing to do
starts,
with
you
anything.
observe the child and you see that
Right.
puberty signs are starting, and then you put the children on puberty blockers to block the puberty. That is how that works.
All right. Just clarifying a little bit because some people on like all sides of these sorts of issues will say weird political claims there is about this. There is some people who talk about like transition fields or some shit.
3-year-old.
I wouldn't ascribe a weird, strange position to you or whatever. Like some of that would seem to like not really have anything to do with the best possible course for transitioning and shit. But just being very clear on it.
Mm-hmm.
So all right, yeah. So you're sort of like in favor of that ever.
Of
I
transitioning
haven't
three-year
given
olds
no, not that. Just what you said. You're like
of
just in
giving
favor of
children that are entering
yeah, yeah,
puberty and are
what
feeling dysphoric puberty blockers.
right,
Yes, I
yeah.
am. Yes, I am in favor of that. Yes.
Which I haven't thought that much about that. As far as for me, as far as I'm concerned, I do not have children. If I did have children and they had these sorts of issues, or they didn't have these sorts of issues, I would have a say in that. And I would have something to think about with that. As for you facing whatever you face with this kind of shit, and then essentially doing whatever advocacy about this because you do something on the behalf of people in a similar situation to you. I guess best of luck with that, but
Well, thank you.
um, but I don't have that much stake in this. I'm not trans. As for you saying whatever you have to say, what you think would be best for you, whatever, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, oh yeah, as for like advocating legislation shit, it's like a whole other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and, as for me, I don't think I'm required to have a stance on every political issue.
I mean, it helps to be informed about a broad amount of issues. No. I think that among
I'm
things
sorry, what
that
was that?
especially people in the US should be definitely informed about is foreign policy. I think people in America should pay a lot more attention to what's happening in the world and affairs broadly in the world because, believe it or not, the US has big influence over what's happening in the world, and uh, it
And yet we
involves
don't see
people who
anything
are
outside of our country.
and people who are taxpayers are part of that.
Yeah, like that's moving on to sort of another topic and more and something that we could like largely agree on. Like I was saying earlier, foreign policy, that's two words that should be on more people's minds.
Right?
America has a big influence over much of the world,
That's
and
true.
yet uh and yet a lot of Americans don't travel outside this country. I have yet to. I would like to. Some people in my family have. We have a massive influence on much of the rest of the world, and at the same time, we ignore that it exists at all. And like I was mentioning earlier, there was there's people, and keep in mind these are left wing. Like from what I see the most with this, to an extent,
Mm-hmm.
left wing progressive Americans talking about how our sharing perspectives of what is outside the U.S. doesn't matter. So, um,
Wait, are you saying
so
that
you have,
progressives in the US think that what happens outside of the US doesn't matter?
I wouldn't say all of them. Many of them have been very vocal on foreign policy and such,
Right.
but
Do
there's
you watch
been
any other US
many.
creator? Do you watch any US creators, political creators?
Sure, yeah, but just saying, there's a lot of left-wing progressive people who, in a rather hypocritical way, devalue the perspective of anything happening outside of the US, and for that matter, having a perspective of mainland US 10 minutes ago, and that being their whole perspective.
Progressives.
Like some of them being, yeah, some of them being left-wing progressives, and what's particularly striking about this is it would seem to otherwise go against a lot of their values. Now, there's plenty of progressives talking about foreign policy and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm not paying broad enough of a broad talking about those
I, I don't know. I
shit,
think a
but I
lot
just
of
see people doing.
I would say that a lot of left-wing people do speak of foreign policy, no? At least in the like content
Some of them do, a
creating
lot of them
space,
don't.
no?
Yeah, and the content creating space more so because essentially they can get views off of talking about it. But at that,
Well,
many
if
of them have a
people, you
very
just said that
shallow perspective on it.
leftists don't care about what's happening outside of the US. So how can
Oh,
leftist
I'm
content
sorry.
creators get
I
more
said a lot of
views?
them do.
Sorry?
A lot of American left wing progressives
But
um,
left-wing
act
progressive
like
content
we're the world.
creators depend on their left-wing progressive viewers in the US. No? So
I,
how can they be talking about
I'm just saying, I see
foreign
certain
policy to get
people
more views if
acting.
their viewers don't care about it?
I never said all of them or
You
whatever.
said a lot of them.
I wasn't trying to make an argument of this. I'm just saying
Well, I'm
a
making
bunch.
an
There's
argument
plenty of,
because you said a lot or most progressives in the US don't
or
care about.
not most, but just plenty of them or whatever. There's a number of people on like all sides of the aisle. Just in America, that's just like an issue with America
Okay.
is that it's very the mainland U.S. is all that exists kind of thing. Not even not even the 50 states. The mainland USA is
Mm-hmm.
all they see. Um,
You're breaking up again?
and sorry, I mean it's across the pond. And it just got done raining over here.
Okay.
Um, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, and like fucking another thing. God damn it! I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I'm brain farting. Um,
Maybe you should not run for president.
well, I'm not. Uh, for another thing, like a number of left wing American people, they'll want to talk about foreign countries and say we should be like them, which this is somewhat of a like a different counter
Let me
thing,
ask you
but to an
something
extent,
because you
pardon
say
me.
a lot of left
Well,
wing.
hang on.
Do
Can I
you?
finish this?
Yeah. Okay.
Let me finish this one thing
Yes.
first?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Um, so they'll say we need to have the healthcare system of Norway or Canada or whatever. This being a specific thing, they'll say we need to have the healthcare system they have over here, and then
Well, that is not
if
exactly
you
the
look,
claim
hang
that's
on,
being made.
and then if you look at things, and then if you break things down more, like first of all, the people over there saying the people in the countries they're talking about will shit all over them to an extent. What
I
you'll
mean,
see is
things
like
can
they'll say
always be
we need
improved.
Canada's system. To an extent, they'll say we need Canada's system. And then if you look at things more deeply, Canada's system has its problems,
All systems have their
and
problems.
the proposals. Wait, what?
All systems have their
You're
problems.
breaking
The
up again.
argument being made is not exactly we need this country's
Well, hang
system
on.
or that country's.
Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Let me finish my sentence. I, I'm not trying to make some sort of weird utopian argument. I'm just
I know.
very specific, very specifically. They'll say we need to have Canada's system, so vote for this guy or whatever. And the proposed system doesn't quite match with Canada's system, and other elements of our system would conflict with the application of it. And so Canada's system has its problems, and and a system that's proposed that's being claimed is something that's going to give us what Canada has or whatever could potentially have some of those problems, and because of the poor application, it doesn't even have all of Canada's solutions. And
Okay,
you'll
but
see that in some other things where people will be like, let's take this bit from this country and some other things like that, and they're not looking at they're not looking deeply at the proposed thing or what's going on over there.
okay, so
Like you'll right, yeah.
okay, so the argument is not we should take this country's system and transplant it into the US, or that country's system and transplant it one to one into the US. The argument is the US healthcare system is very bad. It's mostly profit based. People can hardly afford it. We should think of something better. So we can look into other countries that in our mind do it better. We can see what works, we can see what doesn't work, and we can think of a system that would be better here and that would be somewhat modeled on these other systems that work, but it would have to be modeled, yes, to work within the realities of the United States as a country. It would not be just transplanting a system that's in whatever country and putting it here and expecting it to work perfectly. No, that's not the thing that is being proposed. No.
You said the argument. I disagree with the premise there. That what you said would be like the smart way of going about this,
Well,
but
that
there
is how
absolutely
that
is
is what is
people
being
saying,
proposed. Yeah.
well, there absolutely is people saying we need to be more like these
And
countries
more like these
and
countries
not
is
looking
not
like
saying we
Ukraine.
need to take that system and implement it here. More like these countries saying their system is better than ours. Why not observe it and implement something that would work here that is similar to theirs? Yeah. But it's not a one to
Not
one.
everyone, not everyone arguing for the same thing is going to be as smart as you or whatever. There absolutely is people who view things in an incredibly simplistic way.
I I'm not sure I you know. But let me ask you this then, because you talk about left wing progressives a lot. Do you consider yourself a right wing oriented person or a more right wing oriented person?
I suppose right wing, but for some of this, it doesn't matter that much because these kinds of criticisms I could have for much of the progressive left. If I were a progressive leftist, I would care more about the criticisms.
So, what kind of right wing sort of policies or beliefs do you subscribe to then?
Or I may be less right leaning now. If I'm being totally honest, I was an ANCAP, then I got on welfare.
I'm sorry, what? What about welfare?
It's like, or so I was like sort an ANCAP, then I looked around and was like, oh yeah, all my online internet buddies who are sharing memes about this ideology with me aren't really around to do shit for me, and there's government services offered to me. Fuck it, you know. Um, like with that, like anarcho-capitalism to an extent, like has been sort of done and can be sort of done good or whatever. I'm living here now. I don't know, but I would say I've moved towards being less ideological than I used to be.
Are you socially conservative? Would you call yourself socially conservative?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't know.
Depends on the metric for that.
Like, for example, are you pro or anti LGBT in a broader sense?
Like, like tech. Oh, I don't know. I think I might reject the premise.
You reject the
Um,
premise. What do you mean? How can you reject the premise? You can be either pro or anti LGBT. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what premise is there here to reject.
well, it depends on what you mean
All
by
right,
that.
I guess I can ask you more specific questions. Do you think two
Like
men
you,
should be
like
able
you being
to marry?
as for like let's say you being trans.
Yeah,
If I was critical of that or whatever, like if I thought there was something wrong with trans people or something,
yeah.
I don't know that that would make me anti you.
Oh, it
I don't
would
know.
automatically. Yeah.
I'm not sure I agree. Like
So okay, do
if I
you
had a problem,
let me
if I
tell
had a
you.
well, or that's what you mean by pro or anti LGBT or whatever.
Well, I
Like I
must.
guess I'm bisexual, so I'm
Okay,
pro
I'm just
LGBT
gonna
somewhat or whatever.
I'm just gonna ask you a few questions then. Are you Do you think two men should
Sure.
be able to marry? Is it okay that two men can marry in the United States?
I guess I see it as like maybe somewhat of a different thing.
It's
Like with some
Do
of
you see it outside of the LGBT?
like 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 a man and a man should be free to form a union with each other. I guess.
You
I
guess.
suppose to some extent I would see like in terms of rights, then yeah, I'm in favor of that being the right for that. I see it as a different kind of union to an extent. Um,
What do you mean?
like for me personally, like if it comes to adoption,
Oh.
um, like if I were to impregnate a woman and start a family that way, that would
Mm-hmm.
be a thing. But as for the idea of another dude banging me in the ass and then we adopt a kid with each other, I just don't see those two separate activities as being in any way related.
What do you mean?
But I wouldn't extend this to speaking for other people's relationships.
So are you in favor of two men adopting a child or not?
Um, it would like depend on the two men or whatever. I don't know.
I mean,
I
that's
guess
true of
I
all
guess
adoption.
I
It
guess
depends on the
yes to the
people adopting,
question.
but that's not really an
I
answer to my
suppose yes
question.
to the I suppose yes to the question because I'm not in favor of banning gay adoption across the board. But
Oh,
that's
in what
just more.
instances are you in favor of banning it? You said not across the board, which means that there are instances in which you are in favor of banning it.
I don't know in the instances that the two gay men happen to be registered sex offenders or some fucking shit.
But
Just yes on the
that's not anything that's
right.
particular
So
about
so
gay people.
as so as for banning gay couples from adopting,
Uh huh.
I'm not really advocating that. No,
Okay.
like not like that on the basis of them being gay. Not really. No.
Okay.
But as for culturally, somewhat regarding it differently. I mean, adoption in general, I see some issues with that. There's good and
Adoption.
bad cases of that.
Should children not be adopted? Should they just stay in foster care forever?
I'm not saying that, but there maybe could be more work done in how the system is operated. Like it was a straight couple, not a gay couple I saw, but straight couple adopted a shitload of kids, had a few biological kids,
Uh huh.
and that shit's totally dysfunctional. The woman left the man to have a relationship with an 18-year-old student of hers,
Uh huh.
and then after that ended up with another dude. So it was never about her living her truth and being open about being gay. She was just a bisexual person who adopted more kids than she knew what to do with, and then she left the guy with all the kids, and then went and did some floozy shit. So in terms of adoption, there's some issues there, but I wouldn't. But gay people is not necessarily the place to start with it. But is there any other questions on this, like
No,
asking if I
that's it.
think non-binary thing or
That's it.
something?
Okay,
That,
so I guess
that
that's it when it comes to
that's
your.
mostly
But okay,
so that
so
that's
I
your main
guess
criteria for what is and is not anti-LGBT or whatever.
uh, I'm still not entirely sure on that, but I guess we can circle back to our main topic of the conversation slash debate, which is did Kamala Harris win over Donald Trump in a debate? Hello.
How about well with that? What if we put a pin in that until we see the result of the election?
But that's irrelevant to the who won the debate. The debate is not a deciding factor on who wins the entire campaign
Then why are we having the debates?
because they're a factor, but not they're not the deciding factor. You can win
Right, right.
a single debate,
Um,
but still lose the entire race because you can make several mistakes after that that would just weaken or entirely invalidate that victory over in the single debate. Like you can
I
build
suppose I would have to
momentum
look more
in a
closely at some of
debate,
that.
but yeah.
Uh, I suppose I would have to look more closely at some. If nothing else, the way Trump's immigration rhetoric, that's so weird. Not like what the rhetoric is, but how it's presented.
I
The
mean,
like
I
not
would say
shutting
both.
like him not shutting the fuck up about it. I somewhat respect that move in the sense of like being gung ho on it and really committing to the bit a little bit in a way, or to the degree that that sort of thing's a gamble that could pay off. I could maybe respect that in a sense, but it seems like it's not paying off. It seems like it looks like him openly trying to derail the entire discussion.
Hmm.
Um, the way in which he is saying keeps pushing blacks and Hispanics are losing jobs to Mexican immigrants and stuff. Him like it used to be black. It used to be mainly focused on black jobs. Now he's trying to
Water. I have to ask
pit
the. I have to ask
Hispanics
you. I'm sorry. I
against
have to
each other.
interrupt you. I have to ask you the same thing that Trump was asked during his interview. What are black jobs?
Yeah. All right. Let's say a black person gets hired.
Does that make it a black
So
job?
that's a uh, black person is and lives
Oh, can you
below
repeat?
the
Hold on, you're breaking up again very hard. Because that was one of Trump's biggest fumbles in one of his interviews, using the term black jobs. What are black jobs?
This I disagree on. This it's very clear what he means.
Well,
I would say
it's no, it's not. It's
a,
actually not.
a black
It's
job is
implying
when a
that there are
black guy gets
certain
a job.
jobs that are for black people to do.
There, like, there's maybe black people have a tendency to, towards certain jobs
No, no, they
over
don't.
other demographics or
Black people
something
don't
to an
have. What
extent.
does that mean? That black people have
However, that's not
tendencies
even
towards certain
well.
jobs. What does that even mean?
Well, like if you break down the demographics, there could be certain people overrepresented in certain jobs or whatever.
Are you saying
So
there
that's
is
fucking
something?
irrelevant.
Are you
A
saying that
black
there is a
job is
such
when
a?
a black person gets a job.
Are you saying that there
It
is?
was very well said by
Okay, repeat everything. You're breaking up really bad. You're a robot.
employment rates during this.
You're still a robot.
Huh?
Can you repeat everything that you just said, please?
All right. Very specifically, he clarified, and the term was very clear to begin with. I don't know why people have confusion on it.
Because it's pretty
Let's say a black,
racist, to be quite
let's
honest
say
with you.
it's racist.
Yeah.
All right, agree or disagree with me. There is unemployment stats that are broken down by demographics, including ethnic group.
Okay.
Do these statistics exist and do people cite them?
They exist. People cite them, yes.
All right, so if we look at the rate, all right, so let's say the unemployment rate for African Americans is 50%, and like the white is whatever other percent.
Yes.
Let's say we chop that number down into 25%. There's
Alright.
more black jobs now. I don't
What do
know.
you
I
mean
don't know what
black
to say about
jobs?
it.
That term makes no sense, even in an example that you're giving me. Black jobs.
All right, let's say.
Are you
All
saying
right, so
there's
I'm
such
a
a thing
white
as
guy.
white
I
jobs? What
happen
are white jobs?
when a white person has a job.
No, that's just a job that a person that happens to be white has. It's just a job. It's not a
You're
white
picking on
job.
phrasing again. This is really silly.
No,
Trump
it's
said
not really silly.
black job. To quote, I think I'm quoting him pretty close to the exact wording he said. A black person or a black job is when someone has a job, something like that. So the black unemployment rate. We agree that that's a statistic. Trump has
Yeah,
said that he
it's the
did
rate of
very well for
unemployment
the
among
black.
black people, and that makes sense
Right,
actually.
right. So black people, which for whatever reason, maybe it's because of discrimination or fucking whatever. So a certain amount of black people have jobs.
Okay,
A certain amount of black people don't have jobs.
right?
Let's say, all right, so have an unemployment rate of whatever percentage it is.
Okay.
I'm Donald Trump. I run my administration, have whatever policies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the the black the black unemployment rate
Yeah.
gets lower, and
Okay.
I like
But
so.
that doesn't
I
make the
I
job a black job.
I'm
You understand that,
hang
right?
on, hang on. I'm Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I claim
Yeah.
that I have personally lowered the black unemployment rate through my policy.
Okay.
So I'm doing good for black jobs.
No, what do you mean black jobs? There's,
All right, let's
you're
start over.
doing good for for black people's employment, not for
Let's
black
just step
jobs,
back.
quote unquote, whatever that means. It's a
Wait,
nonsensical
wait.
term.
I don't see how it's nonsensical. I'm
Okay, I
making
will
perfect
explain
sense.
it in
You
a
make sense
short
to me.
sentence, okay? I'll explain it very quickly, okay? Even if
Yeah?
there's a lot of people who are black who are working a certain type of job, once you start calling it a black job, quote unquote, then what? Once a white person is employed in that sector, are you saying that it's a white person taking a black job? Working a black job?
Could be.
That's
That could
nonsensical. I'm sorry, that's just stupid.
well that
A white person working a
that's
black job?
I'm cutting out again. Trump was in fact saying that that immigrants, or can you hear me?
Yes.
Trump was saying that immigrants were stealing black jobs.
Yes.
So he was saying exactly like that,
So he
and
basically
it's simply racist, but in a different way. It's simply pushing xenophobia against immigrants.
no, it's also
Now,
racist against black people because it implies there's a
as
certain
for
job
racial,
that is for black people and is being stolen by immigrants.
right? So American people,
This type of
he's
job is for
claiming,
black people to work in. That's what is being said here. Black job. It's in the name.
right? So, so the thing is, he's claiming that immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans.
No, he said black jobs. So
Right.
they're stealing jobs that are
Claiming, hey,
reserved for black people to do.
well, so claim is immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans, and because of a number of factors, this affects black people and ironically Hispanics more or whatever. The part where it gets weird is where it gets weird with him saying this shit is like essentially aside like aside from trying to pin Hispanics against each other, which could be interesting where that goes,
But
um
that does not change the my
but
point about the
but
whole
like
black jobs thing, does it?
with what's weird about him saying this shit is essentially he's like, if you're for open borders, you're the real racist. So he's sort of going down that line, which is sort of
Yeah,
weird or
because he's
whatever.
saying that again. He's saying that immigrants are stealing jobs that are reserved for this particular racial group.
I can somewhat see that in a way, but with black jobs,
Like if an
I mean,
immigrant would, like okay,
this
if an immigrant
this I think. Oh, sorry.
if there was a group
Yeah,
of immigrants that were lawyers, a specialized, hyper specialized immigrant group of lawyers, and they would start taking lawyer jobs in the US, what race job are they taking?
like
Are they taking black jobs, Asian jobs, white jobs? What jobs are they taking then?
you said. I thought you were going down the line of like, okay, so is this stuff fucking shit? I thought you were maybe trying to put down that stuff. Why not?
Are you listening back to the video, to the interview with the two ladies?
The what? The what now?
Hello?
What two ladies? Huh? Hello?
Okay, now you're just far
You
away.
with two?
I cannot hear you. I
You said something about an interview with two ladies.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Hang on.
That's better. So what jobs are they
Um,
taking? What jobs are they
there's
taking?
some backward, but I don't want to. Because like there's people saying whatever. So what about two ladies?
Okay, I can you fix something about your connection? I just cannot hear you. To me, it sounds like you're listening to some audio, but it's you speaking, but you're speaking in a way that you're just like you're 5 kilometers away and barely audible. Also, yes, to Desidaru, I do realize that race is a social
Yeah, you
construct. I'm
muted
just
yourself
meeting
for a
the
second.
person.
That
I'm just
yeah,
meeting the person where they.
I'm very
Yes.
speakerphone held, so I think you noticed what's going on with that. We're just gonna have to settle for it not being perfect.
Okay, so can you answer my question? What jobs are being taken in my example? Black jobs, Asian jobs, white jobs, what jobs are being taken?
The example of lawyers.
Yeah, taking lawyer jobs in the US specifically.
Well, there's black lawyers, Asian lawyers, white lawyers, Jewish
So
lawyers,
what
Mexican
jobs are
lawyers,
being
woman
taken
lawyers,
then?
man
What
lawyers.
what jobs are being taken?
In some cases,
Sorry?
it's like different groups who are lawyers.
Yeah. So do you now see why the whole black job thing is idiotic?
I mean, you say it's idiotic. But you also agreed with me that black unemployment is a statistic that gets cited.
Yeah, because
Um,
it makes more sense because it's just the number of black people that don't have jobs.
right.
Right.
So, right.
Yeah. It doesn't say
So,
that black people are the specific group of people that are I don't know, unemployed. as in that if you're unemployed, you are black.
Right.
And black job implies that if you're working this particular type of job, you're black because it's a black job.
It could imply that under certain
Oh, it
contexts, but
does.
it
It's
doesn't
in the
necessarily
name.
have to.
It's literally in the name, black job.
Well, I mean, but it doesn't imply that with black unemployment. Black
It doesn't. That's
unemployment
why
is
that's why saying black unemployment rates makes a lot more sense than saying black jobs. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
so you don't have an issue with the concept, you just have an issue with the phrasing. What's your
I do
point?
have a big problem with the concept of saying black jobs because it implies that there's a specific type of job that is made for black people, black jobs.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. It's in the name, black jobs, jobs for black people.
Or it could mean a synonym for black employment.
No, no, it does not.
Couldn't it?
No,
Why not?
because those are two different terms that mean two different things.
So when we talk about black unemployment, that means black people who don't have a job.
Yeah,
So what is black employment?
black employment is like number of people that have jobs.
Who are black?
Yeah, those people. Yeah,
So
if you
black
have about
jobs.
black, no, no, not black
Black jobs.
jobs.
Jobs that are
No,
black.
no. I'm sorry. We're seeing a basic logic failing here.
I mean, like, there's not
The employment among black people, right, means the amount of black people that happen to have a job. But those
right,
jobs themselves are not black jobs. They're just jobs. If a black
right.
person is
So
working as
the
a
phrase,
lawyer, he lowers
the,
the unemployment among black people, but he's not working a black job. He's just working as a lawyer. He's just
right.
working
So
a job.
the phrasing here sounds like it can imply something about whatever, but that, but like this, as far as I can tell, that's what he meant
Oh,
is
he
that
didn't.
like he thinks that he personally did a lot to help black people get jobs. Like he believes that he personally has done a lot to provide more employment for black people, and this is part of a push involving immigration. And a lot of the claim is that immigration on multiple levels, in many ways, and focusing on illegal immigration, a lot of the claim is that people coming over the border illegally takes jobs from black people, and legally immigrating Hispanics as well as natural born Hispanics and such.
Yeah, but even if he meant that, that
And there's a
include.
claim in here being made that Trump um, uh, thinks that him pushing for these immigration policies can continue to do a lot of good for people or whatever. But like I would say that the reason why it's not that great of an idea to just pick on the phrasing is that, like, well,
Oh, it is a good idea.
what about wouldn't it be more productive to attack the actual claims?
Well,
Like
that's
Trump
the problem,
claimed,
isn't it? There are only two possibilities here. Either Donald Trump actually means what I'm saying, that he is assigning certain types of jobs to black people, which is pretty racist in themselves, or he just phrased it horribly, which just makes him stupid. So is he malicious or stupid?
I wouldn't even necessarily say stupid. I would even go as far as to say that a lot of the people attacking him on the phrasing of it are being malicious or whatever.
Oh
For
no.
me personally,
I'm sorry, the
hang on.
people, yeah.
For me personally, even if you're right, then it would make every bit of sense to focus more on attacking his actual claims. Like, I mean, would you agree or disagree that immigration or that illegal immigration is doing a lot of harm to our country.
No.
You disagree with him on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
so
people
follow-up
do attack
question.
on. People do
So
push back on him on that? Yeah.
follow-up question. Um, does the specific meaning of the black jobs thing have any
That's an
bearing
additional
on that?
claim. Yeah, that's an additional claim. Not only are you racist against immigrants, you're also racist against black people. Yeah, those are two different
Okay, but
claims.
here's another question. Who gives a shit if it's racist? Is it
Who
right or
gives a
not?
shit if he's racist against black people?
To an extent, I mean, there's a valid to in many ways there is valid reasons to attack people on being racist. There's especially in the cases where he's advocated or said racist shit that incited violence or whatever the fuck.
So who cares if
But
a
specifically,
presidential candidate for the United States is
there
in a,
can be an answer to
the
this though.
multiracial country? Who cares if he's racist? If that's what you're asking me.
To to an extent, or sorry, not to an extent. Flat out, it's not a rhetorical question. Um, like why is each thing he says racist and why does it matter could be answered, but with this, I would say, let's say as for the immigration thing, um, what if what if what if we don't discuss if any of it's racist and just say, hey, I think he's wrong that illegal immigration causes this, that, or the other thing.
Well, racism plays a big part of it, so it also has to be discussed. Yeah.
All right, that's a fair way of answering it. But specifically, I would like to, in that regard, turn it more to some of the shit with that, and I think you'll see that it could perhaps be more productive to
Well, it is
uh,
productive, and that's why
get into
people
this.
also
Get well
discuss those points in addition to pointing out
more
the
productive
racism.
to discuss some of the other points.
People do both.
And
You can do both. You can,
right, but like let's say specifically talking to somebody in Trump's base or whatever. I'm not Trump's base, and I disagree with you on what black jobs means or whatever. You're probably not going to convince a Trump supporter on this. So
but
like
nobody.
with that could be eliminated from
That's
productivity
the thing I
anyway.
think you don't understand. Those
Yeah,
types of elections don't focus on trying to get the opponent's voters. A Trump voter is not just going to be swayed to, oh, I'm no longer a Trump voter. No, who people are trying
that's
to get
true.
are undecided voters, those who are on the fence, those who might potentially not go to vote at all. You're not aiming at the
All right,
opponent's voter base. You're voting at those who are in the middle, those who are undecided, those who are, you know, those
right.
who can
But
actually still get.
in regards to that, piggybacking off of what you just said, actually, that made me think of something. Um, there's people who like you said, you're not going to convince a lot of the base and everything. Um, as for the racist thing,
Yeah,
that's not going to be swaying. That's not going to be swaying the undecided voters.
it could.
If people think Donald Trump is racist and they're going to vote against him, or for that matter, if they think he is racist and they're going to vote for him because they're racist, or if they don't think he's racist and they're voting for him, a lot of the people who are not undecided are not going to be swayed on that. They've already made up their mind in regards to that.
Well, they
So
haven't. If they're undecided, then they
hang on, let me
haven't.
finish.
If
Let me
they've made
finish.
up their mind, they're not undecided.
Right. Well, the people who the undecided people, like people who made a conclusion about whether or not Trump is racist and are voting for or against him on that, they're not undecided. So
Well, yeah,
to
so
your
they're not
point,
undecided. So they're not the people you're targeting people who are undecided, not
right,
people who have already made up their mind, because those people are not
right.
undecided by
So I guess we'll have
definition.
to backpedal on or backpedal and maybe retrace on specifically talking to Trump's base and stuff. But to this, even you're better off you would be more likely convincing them on economic whatever, if there's any
It
chance.
depends.
But anyway, for the undecided people, um, to me it would seem like you would want to focus on some of the economic stuff on whether or
And you
not
can
they
do
should vote
both,
for Kamala.
and people do both. Yeah.
Well, I guess, but essentially, what I'm saying is people have already made up their minds on whether he's racist and how
Well, how do
much it
you know?
matters.
You don't know. You're just saying
Well,
that all people have already decided on whether or not he's racist or not.
I guess not all, but for the most part, people, uh, just about everyone I've seen loud enough to hear, who has an opinion on whether or not Trump is racist and who is swayed to vote a certain way based on that, has already made up the decisions on that. As for
But
if
those
I'm
people are
undecided,
not undecided. If they've made their decisions on who to vote for, they're not undecided.
yeah, or or am I misphrasing it? Like the people who would make their decision on whether or not Trump is racist, some of those being racist voting for Trump because they think he's more racist than he is or whatever. Those people who would already all have made their
And
decision,
even
so
if
they're not undecided.
like
Yeah.
it can
So
like
as for the people who are undecided, like if I think if I'm questioning whether or not Trump's immigration policy or Kamala's immigration policy is better, um, you would have to look into how this affects many different issues and like what the policy actually is. Part of that would have to would have to be more on looking at what Kamala's actual policy is, with like let's say I'm a black person and I think that more black jobs is good because I'm black and I want a job.
again with
Like
the black
if
job
you were to
thing.
straight up, if you were to tell me about how racist all of this is or whatever, I mean, what if I'm a black guy who's racist against Hispanics or whatever anyway? But and there's a good few that are and shit. There's all sorts of people, but like this wouldn't be too convincing. Like, but
Why wouldn't
let's
be too
say
convincing? Keep in mind
like
he was attending some sort of like a conference of black people who were reporters, right? He was interviewed by two black women, and the first thing they asked
oh
him when,
that's what you meant. That's
yeah,
what you meant
the
by the
first
thing
thing that
earlier. I got
like
you.
they asked
The vibe
him
there was
was
weird, but
what are black jobs? And I think that's a legitimate question. And you
yeah,
even
it's fair to ask him to
you
clarify on
repeated
things,
it
and he did
again,
clarify.
the saying, if I'm a black person and I want a black job, what does that mean? Wanting a black job
Well,
as a black person, what does that mean? I want a
I
black
happen to be
job as
black and I
a,
want to have a job. Like getting into this wouldn't be too
so
like in
why
that
say I
case,
want a black job?
this
Why
wouldn't
not
be that
just say I
convincing.
want a job? If you're white and you want a job, do you say, damn, I want a white job?
It's a reference to black unemployment rates and black
No,
employment
no, it's
rates.
not. It's not.
Employment agree with me. Employment is a synonym for jobs.
No, no, it's not. It
You disagree
absolutely
with me
isn't.
that employment is a synonym for jobs.
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you think somebody's going to be convinced to sway their vote for this semantics that's gone in circles like this for as long as it is?
It's not
I'm telling you,
semantics.
man. I'm telling you, dude, or what like the talking the economics would be more convincing. Like if like it like let because I mean, let's say I'm a black person who happens to be voting for
So thank
Trump
you for the tier one.
because I think he
Thank you,
gives
Malaki.
just a better overall economy and specifically provides more black jobs
I
or
do my
just
best
jobs
with
in
the
general. You know,
setup.
if black people are more likely to face unemployment issues, than in the sense of more jobs, more black jobs, because they would be more if they're more affected by
So
unemployment issues. Hang on. Let's say that's my mindset, and you tell me that um, Kamala has better economic policies, and Joe Biden has had better economic policies, and it can be presumed Kamala will continue those and further those. Like, what's going to be more convincing? What's going to be more convincing? Telling a black person that they're voting for a racist because they're stupid, or telling a black person, hey, Kamala has this bright new idea that she's going to give you a free sum of money for a new homeowner. Which
what?
one do you think is going to be more convincing?
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with my
Maybe,
argument? You can make
maybe,
both
maybe,
the
maybe it cut out again. Maybe I cut out
you can
again. My
make
bad.
both you can make economic argument as well as pointing out races when you see it. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say you have a
Well, I
state.
suppose you
Let's say you have
could.
a state, right? That's uh, primarily white people live in it. It's a very poor state. A lot of poor white
I
people.
do. Thank God. Just kidding, obviously.
A lot of poor white people. A big unemployment among those people. Yes, you can imagine such a state existing, right? With a lot
I
of
don't have
poor.
to.
All
I
right
live
then.
in one. I don't have to.
Okay then. So let's say Trump promises to uh, sort of lift the unemployment, and he would say that uh, immigrants are coming and stealing those jobs that he's trying to give to those people in that poor state. Do you think Donald Trump would ever say immigrants are stealing white jobs? Or that a poor person that is unemployed would say in that particular state, damn, I really want a white job.
If he did say that, I wouldn't be that surprised.
You wouldn't be
But again,
surprised if a white
I would
person that's
not be
unemployed would
surprised if he
say,
said
I'm
that.
looking for a white job.
Well, as for saying I'm looking for a white
Well,
job,
you gave the
that's not
example of
how.
a black person saying, I'm looking for a black job. So it stands to reason that you should be able to see an equivalent
A
of a
black
white
person.
person saying, I'm looking for a white job, because it's just a synonym of
Well,
unemployment and employment.
a black person might very well say that specifically in reference to this. And if Trump said white jobs, then a white person might say that specifically in reference to this. But again, you say that you can do both things.
Yeah, you can.
I've tried to move things into discussing some other stuff. If you start a debate with the person, the discussion of the more important issues could be derailed in the same way we've watched it get derailed now.
Well, it didn't get
Um,
derailed. You just pivoted.
well, I mean,
It didn't
we
get
ended up
derailed. We
covering
were talking about
we ended
one
up
topic and you
covering
pivoted in the middle of it towards
well
saying, well, that's not important. Let's talk about economics. We can talk about economics, but that's a separate thing.
well
You're
I
just
mean
saying racism doesn't matter. Let's just discuss economics instead, which just,
well I didn't say racism doesn't
but
matter.
you
I
sort
said
of in effect
I,
do.
I asked the question not rhetorically, mind you. I was asking, if you say something's racist, like you should have more to say about that. Like typically, um, because I mean you gotta sometimes be careful with it. If I say something's wrong because it's racist, and it's racist because it's wrong, that's a
Well,
circular argument.
thankfully, that's not
But
what I said.
but yeah, so so you want to say more than just that and stuff.
I did.
And indeed something being racist can be relevant. And indeed, I mean, if you did at any point during this discussion make a straight up circular argument, I didn't see it. So yes, you did not you didn't do that shit. I wasn't accusing you of that. But
Yeah,
just saying, calling something racist is not shouldn't be like the end of the discussion or
that's
whatever.
right. And it's not.
But
But it doesn't
Right.
mean that we should not
Right.
have that discussion at all, because economics are important, and we can discuss
I
economics, and they
think
are
I think
being
we should.
discussed. But that discussion also is worth having. Those things are
I
not
think
mutually exclusive, not at all.
right. Well, what when we discuss something being racist, we should make it could be maybe better to discuss how racist certain policy is more so than rhetoric or whatever. Um, but
I
as
mean,
for like, but as for the thing we've been talking about, like with black job, I mean, like again, this is largely like just sort of referencing the employment statistics, and I mean, it's like for a number of factors, including our corrupt criminal justice system or whatever, historical inequalities, um, like the rates between demographics is somewhat different. The like some of the pay and how and the hours worked between men and women is like different. There's people arguing about the cause of that, and I don't really want to get into that, but the unemployment statistics between different demographics is different. So I mean, do you think, I mean, like, so we've gone back and forth on this one thing for a for quite a large amount of time.
mhm,
um it's gotten to the point where you said employment is not a synonym
of jobs, yeah,
for
it's not.
jobs.
It's not.
What is it that, well, I'll want to ask in a minute what is employment, but
Employment
um
means that you are employed. It means that you have a job. A
right, so
job
it's,
is the thing that
oh,
you
that's a
do.
synonym for
A
jobs.
job is something you perform. Employment is having the thing that you do, having a job. Those are not synonyms.
One is in reference to another. That seems to
Yeah.
be synonyms to me.
No.
But anyway,
Education is
so
not a synonym to the word school.
okay,
Even though one is in reference to the other.
but but education is, but education is school. I think you mean,
No, education is not school. School is
what would be the word for like my school career or whatever? Like, how about
school is an
school leaving?
institution,
How
and
about instead of school
education is a
leaving?
system of teaching.
Job, employment.
Education is
That
also
would
the
be
thing
like,
that you have, knowledge that you've
well,
accumulated.
employment is not a synonym for workplace. That would be closer to the analogy you're making with that.
No,
But either
workplace
way,
is a place where you perform the job.
but but either way, um, all of the semantic stuff and how frustrating I find it. Like, if anything, right now, you thinking, you wanting to push this to this extent where you're saying unemployment is not a synonym for jobs,
Because it's not.
um, and you not accepting my explanation of the thing.
Because I know
Like,
what synonym
this
means.
is going to be the only thing that could make me want to vote Trump. Meanwhile, in the case of undecided voters who are voting on economics, and keep in mind, we have not been able to discuss this and economics at
Well,
the same time.
if we cannot discuss what
If I
basic
were,
words mean, then we're at an impasse. Yes.
well, if you don't accept what Trump says as him
Well, if
explaining what he
I
means
mean,
by
if Trump
something,
uses his own private language, or is just not intelligent enough to articulate himself in a way that will not get misinterpreted, then I have to ask: do you want a president that then cannot articulate himself coherently and clearly?
I mean, like, considering there's better examples of Trump having miscommunications or whatever, or bad phrasing and whatnot. Fair point in to an extent, but um, with this though, it seems like when Trump says a black job is when someone has a job and all that, it seems to like make enough sense to me, and it seems to me that it would really make more sense to be like I think it would just be more productive to talk about like the economic impacts of his immigration policies and whatnot.
I mean, that is being
Aside
discussed
aside
a
from
lot.
aside from like disagreeing on this or whatever, but like we cannot technically do both at the same time. I guess we'll
Well,
just have to drop this quite a bit.
not if we disagree with what basic words mean.
Well, to me, the unemployment rate or the employment rate or the unemployment rate is the rate of people who don't have jobs. Less unemployment is more jobs. But moving on from explaining why employment is different from jobs, moving on from that, which won't sell an undecided on anything. This level of discussion, I don't believe, would sell an undecided voter on anything. Um, Looking into the immigration policies and such, um, so with Donald Trump's policies, so assuming you even agree with the kind of immigration policies Trump has advocated for in his rhetoric,
Hmm.
would you even say he lived up to his promises of, say, building a wall and making Mexico pay for it?
No.
Right. So why not? May as well just say that.
Well, people keep saying that, but it doesn't seem
May
to.
as well just say that if we're talking about immig- his immigration policies and stuff.
Well, people say that all the time. People mocked his wall before it was even, you know, before the thing.
Right.
People mocked it
May
when
as
it was
well
still a
just keep
slogan.
saying. May as well just keep saying that instead of potentially falling for bait. Like I think he, to an extent, wants to say brash shit on purpose. Like the thing of saying with Mexicans they're rapists and some of them I assume are good people and whatnot. Um, like with that, he's not saying much of anything of actual value with that. Like if you
Oh,
look at
he
that
actually is
statement,
saying a lot. He is fear
I'm
mongering
of
to
value,
people.
of value.
Well,
He's not providing much value with that statement. Um,
it doesn't
like
matter
when
if
he's
he
saying,
is.
okay,
It doesn't matter if he provides
well,
value. All he has
I
to do
disagree.
is scare people into voting against the other party that will invite rapists and murderers
Right,
into the country.
right. Well, I think fear mongering like that. I mean, you're just explaining why it doesn't have much value, pretty much.
Oh,
But
it doesn't
anyway,
have much value, but it works. Just because something doesn't have much
right.
value doesn't mean that it won't work.
Like with that, I think with the fear mongering shit, I think part of the strategy he's gone for that you actually see on much of the right is what I could call like cancel culture grifting or something like that. So
In
he
fact,
would rather,
the perceived value of people that hear that is, hey, if those people are not allowed in, my value is that I won't be raped or murdered.
right. But like what I'm sort of getting at is just like this keeps fucking happening. This
Thank
over
you,
excessive breakdown
Kyle.
of shit. Just simply what the point I'm making with that. So you have so he has so he makes an intentionally inflammatory statement. He also wants the inflammatory response or whatever. I mean, he wants it to be responded to as an inflammatory statement, as well as making an inflammatory statement that he wants people to take positively. So, like when he
Positively.
says
What do you
that,
mean positively?
like as in people agreeing with the inflammatory statement.
People
So when
agreeing
he
with the
says,
infer. No, no, no. They don't take it positively. They take it negatively. That's the whole point.
well, his base, I mean,
What do you mean by
but
take it
anyway,
positively? How can you take a thing like What do you mean?
Anyway, like, so he wants people to agree with him to not think too deeply about it. And he wants people who disagree with him to not think too deeply about it. And I think he intentionally speaks in a sort of, to an extent, speaks in a which this works against him to an extent, but he wants to speak in a aside from it just being how he is, speaking in a brash way, he's intentionally dumbing down the discourse.
Yeah.
So he says shit, and he wants the response to be "you're racist," and he wants to intentionally avoid logical arguments and stuff.
Well, that is a
If
logical
um,
argument if you explain why it's racist. Then it becomes a logical argument. Yeah.
well, you can make a logical argument against him based on it being racist and shit, but
Yeah.
either way, with the Mexicans are rapist thing, with saying that, he he part of the thing is he wants people to focus on um people attacking his personal character, and he attacks other people's personal character and stuff.
No, it's not about
um
attacking people's personal character. It's about framing immigrants as a group as a dangerous band that will commit
right.
crime and kill people. It's about instilling fear in people and then continuing to say that other party will not take care of it. I will take care of it. Vote for me.
Well, yeah, there's that. There is
Well,
also
that's
that,
the
and that's a
main
valid
thing.
and that's a valid response to that. So it's not that perfect not that perfect of an example or whatever, but a better example would just be how he insults people and whatnot. A better example would be the Mark Rubio thing. So with that, he starts going after people in all sorts of ways, and then somebody makes a small penis joke against him, and he's like, "No, I don't got no issue with that." Um,
Okay.
uh, and so he's just dragging people down to his level. That's a
Okay.
better example of it. And people like go, "Oh, this guy's talking about his dick," and like forgetting that it was in response to Marco Rubio. And so he got Marco Rubio to start talking about penis size, and then he beat him in that election. Um, and so, I mean, so with some of that,
Yeah.
by operating in this sort of way,
Mm-hmm.
he wants people to, if they disagree with him, talk about what a black job means and try to imply, like this, for instance, he perhaps wants people to imply that he's referring to picking cotton or some shit, and he wants people to not actually discuss the numbers. They he wants people to say employment is not a synonym for jobs, even though employment is the rate, even though employment rate refers to essentially the number of people who have a job. He wants
Yeah.
people to
The
he wants
number of
people to
people that
say,
have jobs.
hang
It
on,
doesn't refer to
he wants
jobs as a
hang
concept.
on, hang on. He wants people to say shit like that instead of saying you're wrong about you having caused this many more black people to have jobs and all that.
Uh-huh.
Um, and you're wrong about Joe Biden's economy and such. He wants to focus on that. And I mean, I would say, in my experience right now, somewhat works. So as for the people misunderstanding him, many of whom want to misunderstand him, that's a feature, not a bug.
I mean, I'm not sure if Trump's helping his case in addition to his bad economic policy by making himself, as a bonus, a racist.
I mean, if you want to say he's a racist,
I mean, he is,
you can
objectively.
say you can't. If you want to say he's a racist, you can make that kind of claim, and you can come to a lot of conclusions based on that claim. that lead in a lot of places.
To
Um, as for can you get to a lot of places by pointing out just how racist each and every, like the way he phrases things, just how racist it is. It's like, if we assume he is a racist,
yeah.
maybe a lot of the things he says that are not racist are going to sound more racist because it's a racist talking. Um, and and going over the details of how everything he
Have
says
you?
sounds racist, maybe I would say this doesn't do that much, and it would make more sense to maybe more so explain like how the conclusions he's getting to is racist and stuff. Because like with him apparently talking about jobs that are meant for black people or
Uh huh.
something, has have you heard Donald Trump advocating for discrimination in the workplace based on race? Like, has Donald Trump, like for instance, advocated furthering um, affirmative action or something? Has Donald Trump advocated
Wait. Furthering
for
affirmative
for
action
discrimination
is.
in jobs?
Wait, hold
Like
on.
when he says he makes the case, oh yeah, I'm making all these black jobs. Has he at any point said, here's a policy where um, black people will be the only ones able to get certain jobs, and I think this will do a lot of good for this country.
Wait, did you just say Trump uh, further
Has Trump
policy
advocated a policy
that is
of
discriminatory
getting
in the
people black
workplace?
jobs by discriminating in favor of black people? For,
Did you give an
has he
example of
advocated that?
affirmative action as a form of
Um,
discrimination in the workplace?
like, well, affirmative action involves some policies that do that sort of thing, but
What
forget
sort
I
of
said the
thing?
word affirmative action.
I mean,
Forget
I'm
about
pretty
that.
familiar
If
with
that's
with alternative action, how it works, so I'm pretty curious as to what you mean.
forget about the affirmative action
Okay.
thing. That's not because that could be a whole other rabbit hole. But ha,
Yeah, it could be.
with there being a racist thing about black jobs meant for black people, has he been advocating for discrimination in hiring in favor of African Americans?
Yeah, he has, actually. In that very
What would that
statement,
policy be?
when he said that immigrants will steal black jobs, quote unquote.
I mean directly, not whether or not we let them into this country. Discrimination in
Well,
terms
he's literally
of
directly
of
saying that a
hiring.
group of people that will be able to do a job will steal a job that should be only for black people, which is in but in your mind that would be discrimination in favor of black people for those particular jobs.
In my mind, in my mind, if a if a company were only able to hire black people for a particular position or make it white people or whatever, that would be direct hiring discrimination. As for this, if we don't let people into this country, they won't be able to quote unquote steal jobs. If black people have a higher unemployment rate, it could be assumed that if there's job stealing, they'll be hurt by this the most. Now there could be fallacies within this, and I think it would be
Yeah.
more. It would be better to pursue that because, like, assuming assuming that black people have less jobs, and assuming, or if there is people losing out on jobs to immigrants, and if black people have less jobs, it's not necessarily the case that immigration restriction would get those jobs back or anything like that.
That's true.
And like so as for as for saying, okay, a black job means that Trump thinks that black people work different jobs or something. It's like,
No, it
I
basically
mean,
means because what sort of jobs do immigrants typically get?
what sort of jobs do immigrants get?
Yeah, a lot of the
Well,
time.
that would be a question that would actually have some insight if you pursued the answer of it. Like in a lot of cases, it's farming jobs and stuff.
It's
That's
usually
much
underpaid, low level,
that's a
quote
much
unquote,
better
jobs.
question. That's a much better question than asking what is a black job when it's
It is
pretty fucking
related
obvious and you explained
because
it.
by
Somebody already
extension,
did ask him that and he answered it. The question of what kind of jobs immigrants get, it's like,
yeah,
like,
but
is it all the same jobs that
those
black
are
people get, you could ask.
related because by extension, black jobs become synonym for underpaid, low level job.
There could be that, but I mean, let's say we did something to help a bunch of black people get college educations so they could get better employment, and this could be the answer for them winning out in the job force instead of immigration. So what if you took this and you said, "Hey Trump, I have a better way of providing for black jobs." And and instead of getting into all this, we could be like, and the main problem with this is if we run with the line you want to run down, which I'm telling you goes nowhere,
It will go somewhere
and
definitely.
it's gone nowhere so far,
Well,
for fuck's
it
sake.
brought us to the question of what sort of jobs do immigrants get, which you said was a good question. So it did get
That
somewhere.
that question that question is like more so going somewhere.
Well, it was
Um,
born through this discussion about what black
it's
jobs
related
are.
to the original question. It's related to the original question,
Yeah.
but
So it did take us somewhere.
taking it that step further, I'm saying specifically instead of focusing on if the phrasing is racist or whatever. So I mean, so black people. I mean, you're not saying that. I mean, with what you're saying here, you're not saying Trump is a racist because he thinks black people tend to get certain jobs. It sounds more like you're agreeing with him that black
No,
people tend to get certain jobs, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I'm saying
But
he's racist because he's saying those certain types of jobs are jobs for black people. Not
are
that
for
they
black
happen
people,
to often get those jobs.
right? So this is primarily so this has nothing to do with immigration, and Trump just wants to keep the black man down in the lower paying jobs,
Yeah,
right?
basically.
Yeah,
You could
okay.
very well
Well,
make that point.
I mean, well,
In fact, you could make
here's
a
the
point that
problem
he's
with
saying
it.
that the low
Here's the
paying
problem
jobs
with it. This
are
is in
black
reference to
jobs.
immigration policy.
Sorry?
This is in reference to immigration policy, though, not in reference to discriminating against black people getting other jobs. So
It doesn't matter. He
instead
could
of
have made a slip while discussing
so instead
immigration.
instead of so here I want to explain. So here's the problem I have with with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
With pursuit with talking about it in this way, framing things in this way seems to just grant Trump's assumption that immigration hurts jobs of American citizens. And there and I'm not necessarily comfortable just granting that assumption.
Granting what
Uh
assumption?
grant I mean operating in this way, like it's like this it totally in effect grants the assumption that immigration hurts
It
jobs,
doesn't. No,
and
it doesn't at all.
I do not necessarily agree that immigration on the whole hurts jobs.
It doesn't grant that at all.
Huh?
It does not grant that at all. It does not
I
grant it.
mean, I mean,
How does it grant it?
prioritizing this argument to be of any significance, and saying that like what he means by black job
Yeah,
is
it
this
does
whole
not
thing.
grant anything when
When
it
he
comes to
explains,
immigration.
like
No.
Trump said, a black job is basically just saying, just switch out the word job for employment. So he claims you lowered the black unemployment rate. I mean,
No, no, no.
if we're
You
saying
didn't just switch out the
if we're
words. You
saying if
changed
we're
the entire
saying
sentence.
if we're saying that, I mean, so he thinks that some jobs are meant for Black Americans.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying?
yeah,
Black Americans as opposed to immigrants.
yeah.
So, and his solution is to restrict immigration.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm Trump. We should restrict immigration to preserve black jobs. What's your response?
My response is, what are black jobs?
It's when someone has a job who's black. Black job used to be, or there was a guy who was president.
So,
I
okay,
I took a black job,
what sort of
so it was
jobs will, what sort of quote unquote black jobs will immigrants steal then?
immigrant jobs.
What are immigrant jobs?
When an immigrant has a job,
Okay, so if an immigrant becomes a lawyer, do they steal a black job?
maybe.
If a
How many black
if
lawyers
an
is there?
immigrant
Now, this is very
becomes a
much talking what
doctor,
Trump
do
talk.
they steal a
How
black
many black?
job?
Well, how many immigrants are taking these jobs?
That doesn't matter
How many immigrants are taking these lawyers and medical
because you
jobs?
also have to assume that every time an immigrant gets hired, they replace someone, which is not even, which I don't even have to grant.
You see, saying that actually provides something of value. So let's say a bunch of immigrants come into this country and shit gets cheaper or whatever, labor costs go to, which, you know, perhaps perhaps if nothing else in the short term, a lot of people who are already here could lose jobs and they could the jobs they are able to get could lower in pay, but if they're overall good for the economy, this could increase the amount of jobs there is, like especially if there's more productivity and everything.
So, in other words, the
So,
whole black jobs thing doesn't make sense.
if you say so, but there's black people who don't have jobs in this country, and a lot of them would like to have jobs.
Yeah, jobs, not black jobs. What is the difference between saying I'm a black person that would like a job and a person saying I'm a black person that would like a black job?
I mean, if there's no difference, then you have conceded the point, unless I'm confused. I don't know.
Well, I
Maybe
would tell you what's why
if there's
add
no
the
difference,
black?
then there's no
Why
difference.
add the
There you
black?
go. That's what?
Why add the word black to job?
Because he's referencing black unemployment rates.
No, I'm telling you specifically. I'm a black person is saying I'm looking for a job, and the
Why?
second
Why? Why
example,
is
a
why
black
is he?
person is
Why is
saying
he
I'm looking
throwing?
for a black job. Why would the black person
Why?
add I'm look black to the word job?
I mean, like I said, a reason I could imagine somebody saying that is simply in reference to Trump saying that. But as for why does Trump say he's so good for black jobs and all this, I mean, it is somewhat of a like of racial rhetoric in a way, but not in the sense that he's saying black people don't deserve certain jobs or
Actually,
some fucking shit,
even
which
within
is
Trump
not really
rhetoric,
related.
why would he say I'm giving black people black jobs?
because people call him a racist, so he's like, I'm super good for black people. It's that
No,
simple.
why wouldn't he
It's
just say, I
it's some
give black people jobs?
he did say that. He said
No,
I
he
I, I
didn't.
created more black jobs than any other president or
Yeah,
whatever it
I
was.
create
That's the
more
same
black
thing.
jobs. Why wouldn't he just say, I create more jobs for black people?
So he can get you to go in circles about this, and instead of talking about instead of
But
actually
there's
talking
no
about the
talking in
economics of what's
circles.
going
They
on.
just asked him, he gave an embarrassing answer, and he looked stupid in an interview. That hurt him.
I mean, I already said earlier that in my opinion, people who argue against him misunderstanding why he's
Well,
saying
that's the
is a
common
future, not a
argument
bug.
about Trump, that people just misunderstand him. But if people misunderstand him so much, then once again, do you want a president that is so bad at communication that people constantly misunderstand him?
That's a fair point. I'm speaking to like what he's trying to do or whatever.
Well, he's failing at
Like
it,
a
which is a
strategy.
big problem in
That
itself.
could also be true. The strategy might also not be working. Um, um, like as for do I want to have a president that intentionally makes himself less understandable to people who disagree with him because he has weak positions.
Does he
And
wait, hold
hang
on.
on,
Does he disagree with black people on black people issues?
like as for the question of like taking one thing at a time, we'll get to that. As for do I want a president who is not very confident in what he's who's not very confident in his rhetoric to the point where he intentionally incites people to misunderstand him as a tactic. Um, uh, like, do I want a president who strawmans himself or whatever the fuck, so that in order do I want a president who on multiple levels shields himself from criticism? I suppose not particularly.
Yeah. So because you're saying that he's doing that to people that disagree with him, why would he assume that the two reporters who happen to be black who interviewed him just disagreed with him? They were the ones that asked him what are black jobs. Did he just assume
Well,
that they would right off the bat disagree with him?
in that case, I mean, he does. He perhaps generally. I mean, he might. I wouldn't know for sure, but he might assume people are more hostile to him than they generally are. But with that, in that case, although I mean,
If
just
he's
throwing
trying to
around
appeal
the
to
phrase,
black people, why would he create a message that is confusing to people that he's trying to appeal to?
I might have got mixed up arguing some of this, maybe, but I mean, maybe it's an unintentional side effect that could, to some degree, work in his favor, more so than him intentionally confusing people. Because again, it seemed clear enough to me. He said, "All right, I created a bunch of black jobs." He looks at
That's great, but
unemployment
it
rate,
didn't seem clear to the people that he's
phrases it
actually.
as black jobs because
Yeah,
people
but
talk about
it's not.
it's common for politicians to go jobs,
It's
jobs,
not.
jobs.
Yeah, that's great, but it's not clear to the people that he's trying to appeal to with this.
Like the difference between jobs and unemployment, and he is again referencing black unemployment rates and such. The difference is jobs is one syllable. Um, so with that, the reporter asked him,
Yeah.
and it seemed like considering there was some people to some extent making weird assumptions about what he's saying.
I mean,
It seemed like a pretty good faith. There was some discussion on what he means by that.
yeah,
It
and
seems
he
like
fumbled
it
it
seemed like
and he made a fool
it
out of
seemed
himself.
like an
Yeah.
incredibly good faith thing to just ask him point blank what he means by that.
Yeah, and
So they're
he
like,
couldn't
and
answer
so
coherently, and he made himself look silly in front of a crowd of
I
people that he
mean, he
tried to appeal
perhaps
to.
answered in a not very thorough way because he assumed that most of the people who don't understand him don't want to, and
Well,
I think
then
that's why it's
why try
fair.
to appeal to a group of people who you will just assume won't understand you and don't want to understand you?
You're cutting out, I think. Well,
Why
as for
would you try
I
to
think
appeal to a
it's
group of people if you just assume that not only will they not understand you, but they will choose not to understand you?
I mean, like we already discussed, there's going to be a lot of people who are not undecided voters. There's many decided voters. But as for that, like appealing to people who, I mean, as for me defending his political strategy,
Yeah.
I can defend it to the extent that he won an election, but then he lost the election after that. So I can only defend it so far. But you know, like he maybe just got as far as he could, and he's a one trick pony or something. But as for specifically on this, I mean, maybe I mean, he maybe didn't think it would be that confusing. Like, he's
Or maybe he
jobs,
should have
people
crafted
don't
his
matter.
message better, you know? It's just like, it's a pretty important race, I would think.
Maybe, but like, when it came down to it, they're like, okay, what do you mean by this?
Yeah,
And he's
and
like,
he
oh,
failed
black
to
job?
answer
That's when somebody's
adequately.
got a job. He's just like, oh, black job? It's like when somebody gets a job, a black job, an example of a black job is president. And at this rate, it might the presidency might be yet again a black job per se.
But that makes no sense.
I mean, so perhaps when he originally said black job, he's like, all right. So looking at the unemployment statistics, I think I can make an appeal to a base of voters I'm weak on.
Hmm.
So the Democrats are winning the black vote. That's been a lot of their success. I'm going to try to appeal to them. I'm like, hey, I got you people jobs.
Yeah, I understand that, but you just phrased it in a way that made him look like a racist.
And so
And that is
he's
on
like,
him.
all right, so I have got more black jobs for any for I'm really good on black jobs. Um, and then he just sort of assumed people would know what he means by that.
Well, you shouldn't assume. That's the whole
Perhaps
thing.
assume that people would be charitable on that. And then when he's asked to clarify, he's like, "Oh, people are confused about this." It's like, well, for the people who are confused about, if people want to be confused about this, fuck it, they can be confused about it.
Well,
And
then
he
that's
perhaps is
not
just like,
really a
okay,
ticket to winning the election, is it?
maybe might not work.
Just
I mean,
throwing a
he lost
confusing
the
message
last
and then saying,
election.
oh, if you don't want to understand what I mean, then screw you, I guess.
Again, there's certain people who want to be confused, and you may as well let them be as confused as possible. If
I mean,
someone is against
you're
you and they
saying
want
that,
to be
but you need to
confused,
demonstrate that they just wanted to be confused rather than the message just being incoherent and confusing to begin with.
though the evidence is pretty clear. I explained it to you multiple times
Well, you
or
didn't, though.
whatever that a black job is when a black person has a job. Um, I explained it to I explained to you that he's referencing unemployment rates, and you told me that
Yeah, and both of these things can
and
be
you
true
told
at the
me
same time.
employment is not a synonym for jobs. What is employment?
Employment is the act of having a job.
I'm talking about in terms of statistics.
What is employment in terms of statistics?
Employment, what is an
The
employment
number
rate?
of people, the number of people that have a job.
You say it's not a synonym for job, but you keep saying the word job in reference to employment.
Yeah, because it contains the word job. Employment contains it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Employment
mean
is
by
the
synonym.
action of having a job.
Right. So Trump unintentionally baited you into arguing these semantics, and now I'm voting for him because this pissed me off so much.
Well,
Meanwhile, if you had simply said, Okay.
I'm sorry, this argument wasn't
Um,
even meant. Are you black? Sorry to ask.
no,
Oh,
but
that argument
either
wasn't
way,
even meant for you. So,
well, yeah, but
so why
well,
why
yeah,
why why,
but
why would it involve? Why would
but
it
either way,
affect your
just
voting or not?
voting for him purely out of spite over this, even though some of Kamala's policies and her explanations of them are better. How about that? Like just because
You
this
can do
pisses me
both.
off so much,
I mean,
I'm voting for Trump. How about that?
I mean
So meanwhile,
that's your cross to bear.
meanwhile, meanwhile, if you had explained to me why Trump is not as good for black unemployment as he claims to be, that might have
Yeah, but
been a little
what
bit more
you have to
convincing to
understand
Kamala.
what in his mind black employment means. In
I
his
believe I
mind,
do
black
understand what he means
employment
by that.
means low paying, low qualified jobs. That is the whole point.
To well, to an extent, there is some correlation with that. Like with him saying immigrants are stealing black jobs or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, to an
You
extent,
might as well
there
say
is that.
that immigrants
But
are
that's
stealing
but
low
that's
paying, low qualified jobs.
that's sort of the thing, man. Is like because of the way things are, at least according to a lot of people's perception, black people are getting fucked over, right? And so a lot of them don't have jobs, and the jobs that are available to them are not good jobs. And there's plenty of black people who are spiteful towards immigrants and see them as stealing their jobs. Um, I
So
mean,
by that logic, people who are
in
not
this,
black, who occupy higher paying jobs, are stealing their jobs as well.
I mean, some of them probably view it that way, but but
So
like why their jobs are not available to them is it's like complicated, whatever. I mean,
is
but
it?
like let's say there's a job that isn't available to a black person that's a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it's not available to them is not necessarily because somebody else occupied it, and them losing that job wouldn't necessarily open it up for them. But again, this would be going down a more productive line of discussion than just going, um, you know,
No.
if you're black, you're stupid for voting for racist Trump.
Well, I never
When
said that.
meanwhile, when there's plenty of black people who are anti-Hispanic in their view of things, who are black racists voting for Trump
I just don't
because
remember is using that
there's
argument throughout this entire conversation that if you're black, you're stupid for voting. I don't just. Can you send me a clip or a timestamp of me saying that?
um fair enough. You didn't say specifically that, but a lot of them would take it that way.
So who's exactly focusing on semantics now? I guess the roles have turned. Now we're really focusing on semantics.
I guess fair enough or whatever, but I mean, either way, I mean, to the degree I'm falling prey to that, this I don't like. To the degree I'm arguing semantics or whatever, I probably in doing that wouldn't convince somebody to vote, wouldn't change somebody's vote either. But again, the more productive line to go down would be like, okay, what is Trump advocating? What are the effects of it? And if you say, okay, immigration, if you really think about it, um, doesn't have the effects people claim it has, and in fact, like immigration can make shit cheaper. Inflation's an issue. Could get into some of that shit.
Yeah, but that's not really helping black people, is it?
I'm sorry, what?
That's not really helping black people.
Making shit cheaper?
Yeah, if they're kept at underpaid, low level jobs, yeah.
Well, if somebody's poor, then making shit cheaper, lowering inflation rates would help them. I may be mishearing what you're saying. Am I retarded? Can you explain what your argument is again?
Just because some things will get cheaper with immigration, it will not really help black people standing if they just uh, keep being kept at low level, low paying jobs.
All right, I think I see what you mean. So if the inflation,
Like his
so
policy
if
is not really
inflation,
pro black people; it's just anti-immigrant.
sure. So, what you're saying is basically like
It's basically
if shit,
saying I found all those low paying jobs for black people, and they should be grateful and they should want to keep immigrants out to keep those low paying jobs. Because if the immigrants come here, they will steal them.
right?
And that
And
since
so
that's the only option for black people, hence black jobs, they'll be out of luck. There'll be nothing left for them anywhere.
right, okay, so somewhere in there on some line of thinking, it's like, okay, if shit gets cheaper, but you're still out of a job, you're still shut out of luck or something like that.
For example.
What?
For example.
For example,
Yeah, for example. Yeah. It's basically
the
saying that this sort of
the
jobs is the
one,
only one that this group of people has. And once immigrants come, they won't even have that.
right. Um, so I mean, maybe you could sort of still go down. I mean, maybe still going down the same line. Like maybe I could rescind my earlier comment that it's totally worthless or whatever. Like if you go down the black jobs line, I mean, even if he wasn't necessarily directly applying whatever, just going off of it, just if you want to say, okay, this is what Trump thinks a black job is, here's a black job could be this instead or whatever. I mean, that could be a way with rolling with it. Maybe, like with like if that is the thing,
Mm-hmm.
then I think for that to go somewhere, maybe pair that with a way of providing them with better jobs and a better economy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I suppose I don't know.
All right. So, is there anything else? I think we've been at this for. Let me check actually. 4 hours. We've been debating for 4 hours.
I'm just gonna ask.
Yeah.
So
Any
what sort of shit's going on in fucking Poland?
in what floods? A lot of floods. A lot of cities being flooded by water.
Like is people in Poland arguing about the same stupid shit like racism and abortion as over here?
Well, race relations are not quite the same in Poland, but a lot of things, immigration is actually being debated in a similar vein. Yeah.
Right, immigration's a big deal.
Yeah, and it's also based on racism, just like Trump's immigration policy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like there's, I mean, when people deny that there's a connection between, or I don't know if people go that far in actually denying that there's any connection, but there being a connection between racism and immigration. Like, I mean, you know, for that, you just got to look at how the borders were drawn to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Any other questions for me? How do you feel that went?
I don't know. I guess it went all right. Like sort.
Yeah.
Um, As for if you're asking if I won the debate or lost the debate,
Yeah, how do you feel? Did you win? Did you?
I absolutely won the debate, and here's why.
Yeah.
I spent 4 hours with a content, or I spent 4 hours collaborating in content with another, or with a much bigger channel. So as for you talking about maybe doing political debate for views, everybody wins in that way.
I suppose so. I suppose so. All right then. I guess I'll see you, hopefully.
Good luck. I'm gonna delete Discord forever again now.
All right. I'll see you out there somewhere.
Probably not, but good luck.
Bye bye. Damn. See, I got my debate. I said that I wanted a debate. I got my debate. Said I needed to debate someone somehow.